Hello, and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. On the morning of the 10th of June, in the year 1190, in the rugged hill country of Cilicia in what is now southern Turkey, an old man of roughly 67 years, a man who had ruled the largest and most fractious political structure in the whole of Christian Europe for nearly 4 decades, who had razed one of the wealthiest cities on the continent to the ground with his own explicit order, and rebuilt his own authority from the ashes of that same ruin, not once but several times over, who had faced down 5 separate popes across the long grinding course of his own reign, and buried 2 wives and outlived most of the men who had once called him a reckless boy unfit for the throne he inherited, grew impatient with the slow, crowded progress of the enormous army he was leading east toward the recently fallen city of Jerusalem, and decided, against the advice of several of his own most experienced commanders, to cross a modest, fast-running mountain river called the Salef on horseback, rather than wait his turn for the single crowded bridge a few hundred yards downstream, where the bulk of his own soldiers were already filing across in the growing heat of the day. What happened next is recorded, in the surviving chronicles, with a plainness that seems almost deliberately calibrated to resist the very grandeur the rest of this man's life had spent 67 years accumulating. The current took him, whether he was thrown from his own horse by the force of the water, or suffered what several modern historians now believe was very likely a sudden heart attack brought on by the shock of plunging into cold mountain runoff after a long ride in full summer heat. The ancient accounts themselves cannot agree, and by the time his own attendants reached him and dragged his body from the river, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I, called Barbarossa by the Italians whose cities he had spent 30 years trying to master, and called, by nearly every one of his own German subjects, the single most powerful and the single most feared secular ruler in the whole of Latin Christendom, was already dead, drowned in perhaps 4 or 5 feet of water, in a river so unremarkable that most of the men marching behind him would never afterward be entirely certain they could point to the exact spot where it had happened. It is a strange, almost unbearably small death for so large a life, and it is worth sitting with that smallness for a moment before this story carries you back to the very beginning of it, because the whole shape of tonight's telling turns on exactly that gap between the scale of the man and the scale of the accident that finally killed him. Frederick Barbarossa did not fall in battle, the way this channel has told you, on other nights in this room, that so many of history's great warrior kings did. He was not murdered by a rival, or poisoned by an ambitious heir, or worn down slowly by disease in a comfortable bed surrounded by physicians and priests. He drowned, almost absurdly, in a stream he could very likely have walked across on a calmer day, at the head of the largest crusading army Europe had ever assembled, only weeks away from what would have been the single greatest triumph of his own extraordinarily long career, and his death, more than almost any other single event in this entire story, would go on to determine the actual course of the crusade he'd spent 2 years and an almost unimaginable fortune organising, because an army that had marched confidently across the length of the Balkans and fought its way through the heart of a hostile Turkish sultanate under his own personal command simply came apart, in the days and weeks that followed, the way a length of rope comes apart once the single knot holding its whole weight has been cut. This is the story of how a boy born into the middle of one of the most dangerous and most enduring family feuds in the whole of medieval German history became, through a rare combination of patience, calculated cruelty, genuine administrative brilliance, and a truly formidable talent for reconciling enemies. He could not simply defeat the most powerful Holy Roman Emperor of the entire High Middle Ages, a man who spent 30 years trying to drag the wealthy, fiercely independent city-states of northern Italy back under a species of imperial authority that had not been genuinely enforced there in generations, who very nearly succeeded, who was in the end fought to a standstill, not by any rival king, but by the fragile paper armies of merchants and city councils he had once dismissed as beneath his own serious attention, and who, having finally made his peace with them, marched east at the very end of his own life to answer what he understood as the highest calling available to any Christian king, and drowned before he ever reached it. Before this story carries you any further into the long tangled climb that produced that river crossing, take a moment to like this video and to subscribe if the slow, unhurried kind of history we tell here on Historian at Midnight is the sort of thing that helps you drift off at night. If you're watching this on YouTube, you will find a link down in the description that takes you to Spotify for creators, where new episodes like this one go up early, ahead of anywhere else. So if you would rather close your eyes and listen to the next one before it reaches YouTube, that is where to find it. And if you are already listening to this on Spotify, we would genuinely love it if you searched Historian at Midnight on YouTube and said hello over there too. And if it suits you, leave your own city and your own local time down in the comments below, because there is something quietly comforting, at least to me, in knowing that somewhere out there tonight, in some other time zone entirely, another tired stranger is settling into their own bed, with this same slow story playing in the dark. Now let the rest of the room fall away for a while. Loosen whatever you have been holding on to today. Let your breathing slow to match the pace of the story rather than the pace of your own thoughts, and let yourself sink backward more than 1,000 years into the cold, contested hill country of medieval Swabia, into a single infant boy born into two families that had spent a full generation trying to destroy one another, a boy nobody yet had any particular reason to expect would grow up to be remembered 8.5 centuries later as one of the most consequential rulers the German lands ever produced, a cradle built from two families at war with each other. To understand anything at all about the man, this story is going to spend the whole of tonight following through 6 separate invasions of Italy, 3 failed marriages to statecraft, if not quite to the heart, and 1 final doomed crusade. It is necessary first to understand the 2 great rival houses whose blood he carried in almost exactly equal measure, because very little about his own later genius for reconciliation makes any real sense without first understanding just how thoroughly, and for how long, the 2 families that produced him had been trying to tear the German kingdom apart between them. On his father's side, young Frederick belonged to the House of Hohenstaufen, a comparatively young but ferociously ambitious dynasty that had first risen to real prominence only a generation or 2 earlier, taking its name from the modest hilltop castle of Stauf in Swabia, from which the family had first begun its climb, and that had, by the time of Frederick's own birth, already produced one king of Germany in the person of his own uncle Conrad, a man whose own difficult, contested reign this story will return to shortly. On his mother's side, and this is the detail on which the entire rest of tonight's story genuinely turns, young Frederick belonged just as fully to the House of Welf, the great rival dynasty of Bavaria and Saxony, whose own head at the time of Frederick's birth was his mother's brother, a formidable and famously proud nobleman named Welf VI, and whose family had spent decades locked in an increasingly bitter and increasingly violent struggle against the Hohenstaufen for control of the German crown itself, a rivalry so deep and so enduring that it would eventually give the Italian language 2 entirely new political words: Ghibelline for the party of the emperor, a corruption of the Hohenstaufen family's own castle name of Weiblingen, and Guelph for the party of the papacy and its allies, a corruption of the Welf name itself, words that would go on organising Italian city politics for the better part of 3 centuries after the specific family quarrel that produced them had been largely forgotten. It is worth naming plainly, exactly how dangerous this particular inheritance actually was for a young medieval nobleman to carry, because a boy born with genuinely legitimate blood claims running through both of two mutually hostile royal houses was, in the ordinary and often brutal calculus of medieval succession politics, at least as likely to end up as a casualty of the rivalry as he was to end up as its eventual beneficiary. It is worth observing, honestly, that even so basic a fact as Frederick's own exact birth year illustrates something important about the limits of what this whole story can actually claim to know with confidence, because medieval record-keeping simply did not treat the birth of a minor duke's son, however consequential that same infant would eventually become, as an event worth recording with any real precision. At the time it happened, and it is only by working backward from later, better documented events, the age several chroniclers assign him at his own coronation, the age given for him during the Second Crusade, that modern historians have been able to narrow his own birth down to a range of a year or two either side of 1122 at all, a small but genuinely instructive reminder that even the most thoroughly documented figures this whole, long-running series has ever told you about carry, somewhere near the very beginning of their own story, a foundation of educated approximation rather than of certain fact. Frederick was born, most modern historians now agree, in the year 1122, though the surviving sources disagree on the precise month and even, in a few cases, on the exact year. The son of Frederick II, Duke of Swabia, one of the most capable and most consistently loyal supporters the early Hohenstaufen cause possessed, and of Judith, sometimes recorded in the sources by the Latinized form of her name, a Welf noblewoman whose own marriage into the rival Hohenstaufen house had been arranged, as so many marriages between warring medieval dynasties were, not out of any particular affection between the two families, but out of a hard-headed calculation on both sides that a shared grandchild might succeed, where decades of open warfare had repeatedly failed in finally binding the two houses together into something more durable than an armed truce. That calculation, as this whole long story is about to show you, would eventually prove correct in ways that neither of young Frederick's own parents could have fully anticipated, though it would take the better part of 30 years, several more rounds of open warfare between the two families, and the particular political genius of the boy himself before the promise buried in his own mixed parentage was finally fully redeemed. The Swabia into which Frederick was born was a rugged, hilly duchy in the southwestern corner of the German kingdom, a land of scattered castles and fiercely independent local lords rather than any single, centralized court, and young Frederick's own early childhood, like the childhoods of so many medieval noble sons this channel has already told you about on other nights in this room, was shaped considerably more by the demands of dynastic politics than by anything resembling a settled, protected upbringing. His own father, Duke Frederick II, known to history by the nickname One-Eyed for an old battle wound, was among the most reliable military commanders the Hohenstaufen cause had, and the young Frederick grew up from his earliest years in close and continuous contact with the actual mechanics of medieval warfare and medieval statecraft rather than at any comfortable remove from them, accompanying his own father on campaign while still a boy, learning to ride and to fight and to hold a council of vassals in something close to the same years that other children of his own rank were still confined to a schoolroom, an early and thoroughly practical education in the exercise of power that several modern historians have suggested helps explain the striking self-possession and the striking political patience that would define his entire adult career. It is worth stressing, too, exactly what the more formal side of that same early education would have consisted of, because a young nobleman of Frederick's own rank in 12th century Swabia would have received instruction considerably more focused on the practical arts of warfare, horsemanship, and courtly etiquette than on the kind of extensive book learning this channel has already told you about, on other nights in this room that shaped the childhoods of Roman senators or Byzantine princes, though Frederick's own later correspondence and his own evident comfort presiding over legal disputes involving the finer points of Roman and canon law suggest a mind considerably sharper and considerably better informed than the ordinary, largely illiterate nobility of his own age typically possessed, a gap several modern historians attribute to tutors provided by his own father, a man who, whatever his own reputation as a battle-scarred warrior, seems to have valued for his own son an education considerably broader than horsemanship and sword play alone, an investment that would pay dividends decades later in a monarch capable of holding his own in legal argument against the trained jurists of Bologna and in theological argument against the trained canonists of the papal curia alike. It is hard not to notice, reading backward across the whole of Frederick's later life from the vantage point of his own childhood, exactly how formative the constant low-grade civil war between Hohenstaufen and Welf actually was for a boy who spent his entire adolescence watching his own two families burn each other's estates and besiege each other's castles in a conflict that neither side seemed able to win outright, and neither side seemed willing to simply abandon. In the year 1138, when young Frederick was roughly 16 years old, his own uncle, the Hohenstaufen Duke Conrad, was elected King of Germany by a faction of princes who deliberately bypassed the young son of the recently deceased Emperor Lothair III in favour of a Hohenstaufen candidate, an election that the Welf family, whose own head at the time held Lothair's daughter in marriage and considered himself considerably better positioned to inherit Lothair's own authority, refused to accept, and the German kingdom spent the better part of the following decade convulsed by exactly the kind of grinding, indecisive, mutually exhausting civil war between the two rival houses that this channel has already shown you on other nights in this room tends to produce far more ruined harvests and far more burned villages than it ever produces clear, lasting winners. A reluctant peacemaker's education. It was in the middle of exactly this exhausting, seemingly endless family war that young Frederick appears, for the first time in the surviving record, in a role that would come to define nearly everything he accomplished across the whole of the rest of his own life, not as a combatant eager to press his own family's advantage to its absolute limit, but as an intermediary genuinely trusted, in a manner remarkably unusual for so young a man, by both warring sides at once. By his own mixed parentage alone, Frederick occupied a position no other prominent nobleman on either side of the Hohenstaufen-Welf conflict could quite match. A young man whose own father's loyalty to the Hohenstaufen cause was entirely beyond question, and whose own mother's blood gave him a standing among the Welf family's own retainers that no purely Hohenstaufen candidate could ever hope to command, and both his own uncle King Conrad and his own Welf relatives, watching this same peculiar advantage with a shrewdness this story has already shown you tonight, ran deep in both families, began, across the 1140s, to lean on the young man with increasing frequency as a go-between capable of carrying terms neither side could quite bring itself to propose directly to the other. It is worth remembering that this same decade, the 1140s, was also the decade in which the wider Christian world outside the borders of the German kingdom was consumed by the catastrophe of the Second Crusade, the same doomed eastern expedition this channel has already told you about on another night in this room that saw King Conrad himself lead a substantial German army east toward the Holy Land, only to watch it largely destroyed by ambush and by simple exhaustion long before it ever reached Jerusalem, and young Frederick, by this point a grown man in his mid-20s and already Duke of Swabia, in his own right following his own father's death in the year 1147, accompanied his uncle on exactly that catastrophic expedition, surviving the same brutal marches and the same devastating ambushes in Anatolia that broke so much of the rest of Conrad's own army, and returning to Germany in the year 1149 with a first-hand, deeply personal understanding of exactly how difficult, how costly, and how easily disastrous a major crusading expedition to the east could actually become, an understanding that would sit, largely unspoken, at the back of his own mind for the following 4 decades, right up until the final months of his own life, when he found himself organising a crusade of his own. It is worth naming plainly exactly what that first Eastern ordeal had actually looked and felt like for a young duke barely into his own 20s, because the second crusade this channel has already told you about on another night in this room was, for the great majority of the ordinary soldiers who marched on it, an experience defined considerably more by thirst, by ambush, and by slow starvation than by any of the glory its own original preachers had promised. Young Frederick crossed the same punishing stretch of Anatolian highland. This story will carry him back across 4 decades later, watched, as a young man, columns of exhausted German soldiers cut down by Turkish horse archers who struck and vanished before any organised response could be mounted, endured the same shortages of food and water that would nearly break his uncle's own army before it ever reached Antioch, and stood finally outside the walls of Damascus itself in the summer of 1148, watching a badly coordinated and badly advised siege collapse within days into a humiliating retreat that effectively ended the entire Crusade's own military ambitions, a formative early lesson for a young man who would spend the whole of the rest of his own life planning campaigns with an altogether more careful and more methodical eye in exactly how quickly royal ambition could come apart against the plain, unglamorous realities of supply, terrain, and an enemy who refused to fight on the terms his own attackers had assumed he would accept. It is worth adding, too, exactly how thoroughly this shared ordeal in the East appears to have deepened the bond between the ageing, increasingly disillusioned King Conrad and his own capable, level-headed young nephew, because the decision Conrad made in the final days of his own life, in the early months of 1152, would go on to reshape the entire subsequent course of German and Italian history. Conrad's own son and presumptive heir, a boy named Frederick after his father's own family custom, was still a child of perhaps 6 or 7 years old at the time of the king's final illness, and Conrad, weighing with evident clarity exactly what a German kingdom still simmering with unresolved Hohenstaufen-Welf resentment actually needed at that particular moment, a genuine peacemaker capable of commanding the loyalty of both rival houses at once, rather than a child who would need years of regency before he could rule in his own name, made the deliberate and, by the standards of ordinary medieval dynastic practice, genuinely striking decision to set aside his own son's claim and to recommend his nephew Frederick, Duke of Swabia, as his successor instead. Conrad died on the 15th of February, 1152, and within a matter of weeks the assembled princes of Germany, gathering at Frankfurt, confirmed exactly the choice the dying king had urged upon them, electing the 30-year-old Duke of Swabia as King of the Romans, the formal title borne by a German king who had not yet been crowned emperor by the Pope in Rome, a title that made this same patient, mixed-blood young duke, in a single stroke, the nominal ruler of the largest and most fractious political entity in the whole of Latin Christian Europe. A marriage undone and a marriage remade. Before this story follows the newly elected king any further into the whirlwind of the opening years of his own reign, it is worth pausing on the personal domestic dimension of Frederick's own life at exactly this pivotal moment, because the pattern it establishes of decisions made with an eye toward political consolidation rather than personal sentiment would recur again and again across the whole of his own long career. Frederick had, some years before his own election, married a Bavarian noblewoman named Adelaide of Vollberg, a match arranged in the ordinary manner of medieval aristocratic marriage, chiefly to secure useful territorial connections in Bavaria, rather than out of any particular personal attachment between the two young people involved, and the marriage had, by the time of Frederick's own accession to the throne, produced no surviving children, and had grown, by several surviving accounts, genuinely strained. Within roughly a year of becoming king, Frederick moved to have the marriage annulled, citing the kind of distant cousin consanguinity that canon law of the period made readily available as grounds for dissolving an inconvenient royal match whenever both the parties involved and the ecclesiastical authorities charged with ruling on the matter found it politically convenient to discover such a kinship. It is worth recording, too, that several less charitable contemporary chroniclers also circulated whispered accusations of infidelity against Adelaide during exactly these same months. Rumours modern historians treat with real scepticism as the kind of convenient scandal that so often seems to attach itself, whether fairly or not, to a royal wife whose own marriage a powerful husband has already decided, for entirely separate political reasons, to end, and Adelaide set aside with what the surviving record suggests was a comparatively generous settlement by the standards of the age, disappears almost entirely from the subsequent historical record, one of a great many royal wives across this whole long medieval story, whose own private feelings about being discarded for reasons of state simply went unrecorded by chroniclers who considered such feelings beneath their own notice. Frederick's second marriage, contracted several years later in the year 1156, reveals with considerably more clarity exactly how deliberately the young king had learned to use marriage as an instrument of statecraft rather than simply enduring it as a dynastic obligation. His bride was Beatrice, the young heiress of the county of Burgundy, a wealthy and strategically vital territory straddling the border between the German kingdom and the Kingdom of France, and the marriage, negotiated with a careful eye toward both the substantial Burgundian lands Beatrice brought with her, and the useful diplomatic leverage those lands would give Frederick along his own kingdom's western frontier, proved, by the standards of medieval royal marriage generally and by the rather higher standard several genuinely well-informed contemporary chroniclers set for it specifically, an unusually successful and even, in its own way, an unusually affectionate partnership, producing, across more than 3 decades of marriage, at least 11 children, several of whom would go on to play major roles of their own in the later chapters of this very story, and earning Beatrice herself, by several surviving accounts, a degree of genuine political influence and genuine personal regard at her own husband's court that considerably exceeded the largely ceremonial role most medieval queens were permitted to occupy. A city made an early example of on the road to Rome. Before this story follows Frederick into the great cathedral of St. Peter's for his own imperial coronation, it is worth dwelling on a considerably smaller and considerably less celebrated episode of his own first march south into Italy in the winter and spring of 1154 and 55, because it establishes, in miniature and years before the far larger catastrophe at Milan, exactly the kind of ruthless, exemplary punishment Frederick was already willing to inflict on any Italian city that defied him openly. The small but strategically situated town of Tortona, in the hills southwest of Milan, had allied itself closely with Milan's own growing regional ambitions and refused Frederick's own demands for submission and supply as his army marched through Lombardy toward Rome. And Frederick, unwilling to leave a defiant stronghold at his own back so early in his first Italian campaign, laid siege to the town, cut off its own water supply by diverting the stream that fed it, and starved Tortona into surrender after a siege of some 2 months, after which he had the town's own walls and buildings systematically demolished, its population dispersed, in a considerably smaller rehearsal for exactly the fate that would befall Milan itself 7 years later. A first, largely overlooked demonstration that the young emperor, whatever the genuine warmth several chroniclers describe in his own private correspondence and his own family life, regarded the deliberate total destruction of a defiant Italian city as an entirely legitimate and entirely available instrument of imperial policy from the very first months of his own reign in Italy, rather than as some later, more desperate escalation forced upon him only by the specific provocations of Milan's own considerably greater defiance. It is worth naming too that Tortona's own fate did not end with its own demolition, because the town, like Milan after it, was eventually permitted to be rebuilt in the years following Frederick's own eventual reconciliation with the Lombard cities. A pattern of destruction followed, years or even decades later, by permitted reconstruction that recurs often enough across this whole story to suggest something genuinely characteristic of how Frederick himself appears to have understood the total destruction of a rebellious city, not as a permanent erasure intended to remove that city from the map forever, but as a severe, deliberately theatrical punishment calculated to break a specific moment of defiance, one whose own lesson, once sufficiently absorbed by a chastened population over the span of a decade or two, could eventually be allowed to fade, provided the rebuilt city in question had, by then, learned to accept the particular terms of submission the emperor required of it, Rome, and the stirrup that nearly ended everything before it began. It is worth pausing, before this story follows Frederick south across the Alps for the very first time, on the specific and genuinely fraught question of imperial coronation that hung over the opening years of his own reign, because the distinction it turns on between a king of the Romans and a properly crowned Holy Roman Emperor mattered enormously to every contemporary observer of medieval European politics, even though it can seem, from this distance, like a fairly abstract technicality. Frederick had been elected and formally installed as King of Germany at Frankfurt in 1152, but the considerably grander and considerably more consequential title of Holy Roman Emperor, the title that carried with it, at least in principle, a claim to universal secular authority over the whole of Western Christendom comparable to the spiritual authority the Pope himself claimed over the Christian soul, could only be conferred by the Pope in Rome, in a formal coronation ceremony that every German king since Charlemagne's own successors had regarded as the essential final step in transforming a merely regional German kingship into something considerably closer to the restored glory of ancient Rome itself, and in the autumn of 1154, Frederick led his first army south across the Alps into Italy, both to secure that same coronation from the reigning pope, a cautious and politically embattled Englishman named Adrian IV, and to begin, for the first time in his own reign, the long and ultimately never quite finished project of reasserting genuine imperial authority over the wealthy, fiercely independent cities of northern Italy that had spent the better part of the previous century growing accustomed to governing their own affairs with only the loosest and most theoretical deference to any German emperor's distant claims. It is worth observing specifically the small but genuinely dangerous diplomatic collision that nearly derailed the entire coronation before it had properly begun, because it captures, in miniature, exactly the kind of prickly, status-conscious brinkmanship that would characterise the relationship between emperor and papacy for the whole of the following 3 decades. When Frederick and Pope Adrian finally met outside Rome in June of 1155, protocol required, by a custom whose precise origins even contemporary observers disputed, that the German king hold the Pope's stirrup and assist him in dismounting from his own horse, a small physical gesture freighted with an enormous amount of symbolic weight, regarding exactly which of the 2 men, emperor or pope, held ultimate precedence over the other, and Frederick, whether out of genuine ignorance of the custom or, as several contemporary chroniclers plainly suspected, out of a calculated unwillingness to perform so visibly submissive a gesture toward the Pope in front of his own assembled German nobility, initially refused to do it. The resulting standoff, according to the detailed account preserved by a contemporary German chronicler named Otto of Freising, who happened also to be Frederick's own uncle, and one of the single most valuable eyewitness sources this entire story draws on, brought the coronation itself to the brink of outright collapse, with Pope Adrian withdrawing in visible displeasure and refusing to proceed with the ceremony until the customary courtesy had been properly observed. And it was only after a tense night of negotiation among Frederick's own advisers, several of whom pointed out with evident exasperation that the coronation itself was worth considerably more than the argument over a stirrup, that Frederick relented, performed the gesture the following day with what Otto describes as a carefully composed outward equanimity, and was crowned Holy Roman Emperor in St. Peter's Basilica on the 18th of June, 1155, anointed with holy oil and invested in a ceremony whose own basic liturgical structure had changed remarkably little since Charlemagne's own coronation on that same spot more than 3.5 centuries before, with the specific regalia of imperial office, a heavy octagonal gold crown set with pearls and coloured gemstones and topped with a jewelled cross, an orb representing the emperor's own theoretical dominion over the whole of the Christian world, and a ceremonial sword and sceptre, objects that this same coronation crown, still preserved today in the treasury of the Hofburg Palace in Vienna, and remembered to history as the imperial crown, would go on being used to crown Frederick's own successors for the better part of the following 6.5 centuries, right up until the same Napoleonic dissolution of the empire this story will return to before the night is through. It is worth remembering, too, that this same coronation, secured at the cost of one uncomfortable morning's diplomatic humiliation, was immediately followed by a considerably darker demonstration of exactly how little genuine popular affection the ordinary citizens of Rome itself held for the German emperor, who had just been crowned in their own most sacred church. The city of Rome in this period was in the grip of a genuinely radical popular movement led by a charismatic reforming preacher named Arnold of Brescia, who had spent years denouncing the temporal wealth and temporal political power of the papacy, and had succeeded, for a time, in establishing a kind of independent civic government in Rome itself that Pope Adrian regarded as an intolerable challenge to his own authority. And Frederick, in one of the very first substantial pieces of business he conducted as newly crowned emperor, had Arnold, whom his own soldiers had captured shortly before the coronation, handed over to papal authorities for execution, a grim transaction that secured Frederick's own coronation, but that also, within hours of the ceremony's conclusion, helped touch off a genuinely violent uprising among the ordinary citizens of Rome against the newly crowned emperor's own presence in their city, an uprising Frederick's own soldiers put down with considerable and, by several accounts, genuinely brutal force before withdrawing north out of a city that had made unmistakably clear exactly how little its own inhabitants welcomed the arrival of a German master, however grand the ceremony that had just installed him. It is worth remembering briefly that this same prickly, unsettled relationship between German emperor and Roman pope did not begin with Frederick at all, but inherited a great deal of its own underlying suspicion from a bitter conflict that had convulsed the empire only a few decades before his own birth. The long dispute over the right to appoint bishops known to history as the investiture controversy, a struggle between the Emperor Henry IV and Pope Gregory VII that had seen an earlier German emperor stand barefoot in the snow outside the castle of Canossa, begging for papal forgiveness, a humiliation this channel has already told you about, on another night in this room, and that left behind in its own long aftermath a permanent and deeply rooted uncertainty on both sides of the relationship between throne and altar, about exactly where the emperor's own authority ended and the pope's own authority began. An uncertainty Frederick inherited along with his own crown, and that shaped, far more than any personal animosity between himself and any individual pope, the whole of the schism this story is about to describe, the wealth that Rome no longer controlled. To understand exactly what drew Frederick back across the Alps into Italy, again and again across the following 3 decades, at a cost in men, money and imperial prestige that would eventually outstrip almost every other undertaking of his own long reign, it is necessary to understand exactly how dramatically the balance of practical power between the German emperors and the cities of northern Italy had shifted in the century or so before Frederick's own birth. The region of northern Italy known as Lombardy, watered by the broad, fertile valley of the River Po, and threaded through with some of the busiest trade routes in the whole of the Mediterranean world, had grown, across the 11th and early 12th centuries, into one of the wealthiest and most densely urbanized regions anywhere in Christian Europe, its great cities, Milan foremost among them, but Cremona, Pavia, Piacenza, Brescia, and a dozen others close behind, growing rich on cloth manufacture and long-distance trade, and, crucially, growing accustomed, across the very same decades, to governing their own affairs through elected consuls and city councils, answerable chiefly to their own wealthy merchant citizenry, rather than to any distant emperor whose own attention had, for most of the preceding century, been consumed by exactly the kind of internal German dynastic warfare that had produced Frederick's own contested childhood. It is worth stressing, plainly, exactly what Frederick believed, with what the surviving evidence suggests was a genuine and deeply held conviction, rather than mere political posturing. The German emperor was actually owed by these same increasingly independent cities, because the whole of the following 30 years of Italian warfare makes very little sense, without understanding the legal and ideological framework Frederick brought to it. Frederick and the jurists in his own service, a number of them trained in the recently revived study of ancient Roman law at the great law school of Bologna, argued that the Holy Roman Emperor stood as the direct legal successor to the emperors of ancient Rome itself, and that a specific bundle of rights known collectively as the regalia, the right to appoint local magistrates, to mint coinage, to collect tolls on roads and rivers, to levy taxes on markets, and to raise troops and revenue from the cities under his own nominal sovereignty, belonged to the emperor by ancient and inalienable right, regardless of how many generations a given city had spent quietly exercising those same rights on its own account in the emperor's prolonged absence. The cities of Lombardy, for their own part, having built genuinely prosperous and genuinely self-governing communities across exactly the same generations that Frederick's own legal theorists now wish to treat as an extended and essentially meaningless interruption, saw the matter in an entirely different light, regarding their own hard-won autonomy not as a temporary lapse awaiting imperial correction, but as an achievement earned through their own citizens' own labour. And it was this fundamental and, in the end, genuinely irreconcilable disagreement over what an emperor was actually owed by cities that no longer needed him for very much at all, that would drive the whole of the following 3 decades of blood and treasure. It is worth naming, too, that not every wealthy city of northern Italy joined this same long struggle at all, because the 2 great maritime republics of Genoa and Venice, whose own fortunes rested considerably more on Mediterranean seaborne trade than on the inland agricultural and manufacturing wealth of the Lombard plain, generally kept their own distance from the whole extended conflict between Frederick and the Lombard League, each of them considerably more preoccupied with its own bitter commercial rivalry against the other and against the considerably more distant Byzantine and Islamic trading powers this channel has already told you about, on other nights in this room, than with the landlocked struggle over regalian rights being fought out among the cities of the interior. A reminder, worth holding alongside the rest of tonight's story, that even the phrase Northern Italy conceals a considerably wider variety of genuinely distinct political and economic interests than any single narrative of imperial conquest and Lombard resistance can ever fully capture. A single ambiguous word and a chancellor's own hand on his sword. Before this story carries you to Roncaglia itself, it is worth adding a smaller, earlier collision between emperor and papacy that has never received quite the same lasting fame as the schism it helped set in motion, but that reveals, in a single tense afternoon, exactly how combustible the relationship between Frederick's own court and the papal curia had already become only 2 years into his own reign as crowned emperor. At a great assembly of German princes held at Besançon in October of 1157, papal legates arrived bearing a formal letter from Pope Adrian, the same pope who had crowned Frederick only 2 years before, and when that letter was read aloud before the assembled court, its Latin phrasing describing the imperial crown itself as a beneficium the Pope had graciously conferred upon Frederick, a word that in ordinary feudal Latin usage could mean either a simple benefit or, considerably more provocatively, a fief held in dependent tenure from a superior lord. The assembled German princes erupted in genuine and immediate fury at what they understood, not unreasonably given the word's own most common contemporary usage, as an outrageous papal claim that the empire itself was somehow held as a subordinate grant from Rome rather than possessed by Frederick in his own sovereign right. Frederick's own chancellor, a fiercely proud and famously combative cleric named Reinald of Dassel, who would go on to become one of the emperor's own most trusted and most consistently hardline advisers across the following decade, is recorded by several chroniclers as having laid his own hand upon his sword at the reading of the offending letter. And it was only the combined intervention of cooler heads among the assembled princes that prevented the papal legates themselves from being subjected to open violence on the spot. The legates instead simply expelled from German territory under armed escort, while Frederick dispatched a furious formal letter of his own insisting, in language his own chancellery office took evident care to circulate as widely as possible across the German kingdom, that he held his own imperial crown from God alone, through the free election of the German princes, and from no earthly superior whatsoever, papal or otherwise, a confrontation that settled nothing in any lasting sense, but that set the tone with real and lasting clarity for the considerably larger schism that would engulf the relationship between this same emperor and this same papal office only 2 years later, at the Diet of Roncaglia in November of 1158, convened on a broad plain outside Piacenza during Frederick's own second expedition into Italy. The emperor moved to settle this disagreement decisively and, as it would turn out, catastrophically in his own city's disfavour, summoning the leading jurists of Bologna, 4 celebrated doctors of Roman law named Bulgarus, Martinus, Jacobus, and Hugo, men whose own careful scholarly work reviving the long-dormant legal code of the ancient Emperor Justinian had made the city of Bologna the single most important centre of legal learning anywhere in Latin Christendom. To formally define and codify the full extent of the regalian rights he believed himself entitled to reclaim, and then proceeding to demand, on the strength of that same formal legal codification, sweeping new taxes, the direct imperial appointment of city magistrates in place of locally elected consuls, and the payment of substantial annual tribute from every one of the Lombard cities under his own theoretical sovereignty. It is worth recording, too, that Frederick's own dealings with the scholars of Bologna, at this same gathering, were not limited to the considerably self-serving business of having his own regalian claims formally codified, because at Roncaglia he also issued a separate charter, remembered by legal historians as the Authentica Habita, granting travelling scholars and students across the whole of the empire a formal and unusually generous body of legal protections, freedom from arbitrary arrest and from collective punishment for a single student's own private debts, chief among them a genuinely far-sighted piece of legislation that helped secure Bologna's own continued growth into what many historians now regard as the oldest continuously operating university in the whole of the Western world, and that stands alongside the considerably harsher legacy of Roncaglia's own tax demands, as one of the more quietly durable and more genuinely constructive achievements of Frederick's entire Italian career. It is worth naming, too, that this same charter reveals something genuinely useful about how Frederick himself appears to have understood his own relationship to the city of Bologna specifically, distinct from his own relationship to a defiant city like Milan. Because Bologna's own wealth and Bologna's own considerable prestige rested not on the same kind of independent civic self-government Milan was fighting to preserve, but on its own role as a centre of learning whose own scholars travelled constantly between cities and kingdoms across the whole of Christian Europe, a genuinely cosmopolitan asset that served Frederick's own broader imperial prestige considerably better intact and flourishing than it ever could have served him crushed. A distinction that helps explain why the same emperor capable of razing one great Italian city to the ground could, in the very same season, extend such genuinely generous legal protection to another. It is worth observing, honestly, that several of the smaller and more commercially vulnerable Lombard cities, Cremona and Pavia prominent among them, cities that had long-standing rivalries of their own with the far larger and far wealthier city of Milan, and that calculated, not unreasonably, that alliance with the emperor might serve their own interests against a more immediate and more familiar local enemy, accepted the Roncaglia settlement with genuine enthusiasm, and fought, across the following years, quite willingly alongside Frederick's own German troops against their fellow Lombards. A detail worth remembering across the whole of the coming story, because it complicates, considerably, any simple narrative of German emperor against united Italian resistance, revealing instead a considerably messier and considerably more Italian conflict, in which the emperor's own genuinely formidable military power was, again and again, decisively supplemented by the enthusiastic participation of Italian cities settling old scores against their own neighbours. Cremona, in particular, stands as one of the more instructive individual case studies in exactly how fluid and exactly how self-interested these Lombard civic loyalties actually were across the whole of Frederick's own 30-year involvement in the region. A city that fought enthusiastically alongside Frederick's own German troops against its own longtime rival Milan through the 1150s and into the destruction of 1162, only to reconsider its own alliance entirely, once Frederick's own demands for tribute and direct imperial administration began falling just as heavily on Cremona's own citizens as they had once fallen on Milan's, joining the Lombard League itself by the time of its founding in 1167, and fighting a decade later on the opposite side of the very battle lines it had once helped Frederick draw, a single city's own shifting allegiance that captures, in miniature, exactly how little any Lombard city's loyalty to the emperor was ever really about the emperor himself, and exactly how much it was always, at bottom, about which alliance seemed most likely, in any given year, to serve that same city's own immediate and considerably more parochial interests. It is worth stressing, honestly, that Milan's own resistance to Frederick did not begin as the outright, unwavering defiance later memory tends to assume. In the immediate aftermath of Roncaglia itself, faced with the visible presence of a large and victorious imperial army encamped nearby, Milan's own leaders had initially offered a wary, heavily qualified submission, agreeing in principle to a number of the emperor's own demands while quietly working, in the months that followed Frederick's own withdrawal back across the Alps, to undermine and reverse exactly those same concessions in practice, a pattern of nominal compliance followed by quiet, practical resistance that this story has already shown you tonight was hardly unique to Milan among the Lombard cities, but that Frederick, watching his own hard-won Roncaglia settlement steadily unravel from a distance, appears to have taken as a particularly personal and particularly infuriating betrayal, precisely because Milan had, however grudgingly, already agreed to terms once before. Milan, the wealthiest and most populous of all the Lombard cities, and by a wide margin the most fiercely committed to preserving its own hard-won self-government, rejected the Roncaglia settlement outright a second time in the month that followed, and the resulting conflict between emperor and city would consume the greater part of Frederick's own attention and the greater part of his own kingdom's military resources for the following 4 years. Milan's own resistance was not merely passive. Milanese forces raided and harassed the smaller cities that had submitted to Frederick's own authority, destroyed at least one rival city, Lodi, so thoroughly that its own surviving population was forced to resettle elsewhere, an act of naked civic aggression that gave Frederick's own considerable propaganda machine exactly the pretext it needed to present the coming war against Milan not as German conquest, but as the restoration of legitimate order against a bullying regional tyrant. And it was against this backdrop in the summer of 1159 that Frederick laid formal siege to Milan itself for the first time, a siege that dragged on for months against the city's formidable fortifications before Frederick, his own supply lines stretched thin and disease beginning to spread through his own camp in the manner this channel has already shown you on other nights in this room, so reliably accompanied any prolonged medieval siege, was forced to withdraw without having taken the city. A church divided against itself. It was in the very midst of this grinding Italian war that a second and, in the long run, considerably more consequential conflict opened, one that would come to consume nearly 2 decades of Frederick's own reign, and would eventually do more than any single Lombard army to bring the emperor's own ambitions in Italy to a genuine and lasting reckoning. Pope Adrian IV, the same cautious Englishman who had crowned Frederick emperor amid the awkward business of the stirrup, died in September of 1159, and the college of cardinals that gathered to elect his successor split, almost immediately and almost evenly, into 2 bitterly opposed factions, one electing a cardinal named Roland, who took the papal name Alexander III, and who had, as Adrian's own chancellor, been the principal architect of the increasingly assertive papal policy toward imperial claims in Italy that Frederick had found so galling, and the other, considerably smaller faction, backed openly and enthusiastically by Frederick himself, electing a rival candidate who took the name Victor IV, producing a formal schism in the government of the Western Christian Church that would not be fully healed for the better part of 18 years. It is worth naming honestly exactly how self-interested Frederick's own involvement in this ecclesiastical dispute actually was, because the emperor's own conduct across the following years reveals a man for whom the schism was considerably less a matter of genuine theological or canonical conviction than a useful and, for a time, genuinely effective instrument of raw imperial policy. Frederick convened a council of bishops at Pavia in February of 1160, and, unsurprisingly given how heavily the assembled bishops had been selected and pressured by imperial officials, secured a formal ecclesiastical ruling in favour of his own preferred candidate Victor, a ruling Alexander himself, safely beyond Frederick's own immediate reach, and increasingly recognised as the legitimate pope by the kings of France and England, and by a rapidly growing majority of the wider Christian world, simply refused to acknowledge, excommunicating Frederick in return, Victor himself dying in 1164 still unrecognised by the great majority of Christian Europe outside the territories under Frederick's own direct control, and the following decade and a half would see Frederick maintain, across two more anti-popes after Victor's own death, Paschal III, whose own election Frederick's own court pushed through within days of Victor's death specifically to avoid any interruption in the imperial line of anti-popes, and later Calixtus III, an increasingly marginal and increasingly unconvincing figure whose own authority by the 1170s extended in practical terms to little more than the handful of German bishops who owed their own careers directly to Frederick's own continued patronage. A rival papal line whose primary and increasingly transparent function was to provide religious sanction for whatever imperial policy Frederick happened to be pursuing at any given moment, most notably including, in the year 1165, the formal canonization of the Emperor Charlemagne himself, an act carried out at Frederick's own explicit direction by his own anti-pope Paschal, in a ceremony at Aachen that served, with a transparency that fooled almost none of Frederick's own contemporaries, to bind the Hohenstaufen dynasty's own claim to imperial authority ever more tightly to the sanctified memory of the first and greatest of all the Frankish emperors, the same Charlemagne whose own coronation on Christmas morning in the year 800 this channel has already told you about, on another night in this room, had first established the ancient doctrine of translatio imperii, the transfer of Rome's own universal empire into Frankish and in time into German hands, a doctrine Frederick's own court poets and propagandists invoked constantly, across the whole of his own reign, to argue that the emperor's authority in Italy rested not on any conquest at all, but on a divinely sanctioned inheritance stretching back, in an unbroken chain, to ancient Rome itself. A lesson learned from his own uncle's uncertainty, it is worth dwelling here on the single piece of dynastic foresight that separates Frederick most sharply from his own uncle Conrad, whose own failure to secure his young son's succession had, as this story has already told you tonight, opened the very door through which Frederick himself first climbed to power. Rather than leave the question of his own succession to the same last-minute deathbed improvisation that had once elevated him over his own infant cousin, Frederick moved, while still very much in the vigour of his own middle years, to have his own eldest surviving son, Henry, formally elected and crowned King of the Romans in his own lifetime, a ceremony carried out at Aachen in the summer of 1169 while the boy was still only about 4 years old, a decision that secured, decades in advance, and at almost no political cost to Frederick's own contemporary authority, exactly the kind of clean, uncontested succession that Conrad's own final illness had been forced to leave to little more than a dying man's persuasive recommendation, and that stands as one of the clearer pieces of evidence that Frederick, whatever else his own long reign reveals about him, had studied the specific mechanics of his own family's earlier near-catastrophe with genuine and lasting care. It is worth adding, too, the considerably less triumphant human cost the long schism between Frederick's own anti-popes and the legitimate Pope Alexander exacted on ordinary religious life across the empire, a cost the grand ceremonial reconciliation at Venice this story will describe shortly tends, in most retellings, to smooth over entirely. For the better part of 2 decades, ordinary parish priests, ordinary monasteries, and ordinary lay Christians across the German and Italian lands found themselves caught, often with genuine anguish and genuine uncertainty, between 2 rival claims to the highest spiritual authority in the whole of Western Christendom, uncertain which bishop's own consecration was valid, which excommunication carried genuine spiritual weight, and which sacraments, in a religious culture where such questions were understood to bear directly on the eternal fate of one's own soul, could be trusted at all, a quiet, diffuse, and almost entirely unrecorded spiritual crisis that accompanied the schism's own more visible political drama at every turn, and that the exiled Pope Alexander himself, spending long years of that same schism in exile in France, under the protection of the French king, would carry with him until his own death in the summer of 1181, 4 years after the reconciliation at Venice had finally restored him, in name at least, to a city that had spent so many of these same years refusing to fully welcome him home. The razing of a great city. It is worth pausing now on the specific and genuinely brutal episode that stands, more than any other single event of Frederick's entire Italian career, as the darkest stain on his own historical reputation, because it deserves exactly the same unflinching attention this channel has already given on other nights in this room to every other atrocity this whole long story has described. In the spring of 1161, Frederick returned to Italy at the head of a considerably larger and considerably better supplied army than he had commanded on his first failed attempt against Milan, and laid siege to the city for a second time, a siege that this time dragged on for nearly a full year, from roughly the summer of 1161 through the spring of 1162, as Frederick's own forces methodically cut off every route by which food or reinforcement might reach the city's own desperate population, aided, it is worth recording honestly, by the active and enthusiastic military participation of Milan's own longtime Lombard rivals, Cremona, Pavia, and Lodi's own resettled survivors prominent among them, cities whose own citizens marched and fought alongside Frederick's German troops, with a zeal that had rather less to do with loyalty to any distant emperor than with the settling of very old, very local Italian grudges. It is worth dwelling, briefly, on the actual physical mechanics of a medieval siege of this scale and this duration, because the chroniclers who recorded the fall of Milan tended to move quickly from the siege's own beginning to its own dramatic conclusion, skipping past the long, grinding months in between that made up the overwhelming majority of the ordeal for everyone actually trapped inside it. A besieging army of the size Frederick commanded outside Milan would have surrounded the city with a continuous ring of fortified camps and earthworks, cutting every road and every waterway by which food might reach the defenders, while siege engines, great mangonels and trebuchets built and operated by specialist engineers hurled stone and, when the besiegers could obtain it, burning material over the walls in a slow, grinding bombardment intended less to breach the fortifications outright than to wear down, week after week, the physical and psychological endurance of a population watching its own stored grain dwindle a little further with every passing day, while inside those same walls, ordinary Milanese families rationed food with increasing desperation, buried their own dead, dysentery, and the ordinary diseases of overcrowding claiming lives with the same grim efficiency this channel has already shown you on other nights in this room. That disease reliably claimed in almost every prolonged siege of the medieval period, considerably more efficiently, in fact, than any of the stone the besieging trebuchets managed to actually hurl over the walls. It is worth naming, too, that Frederick's own besieging army was itself far from immune to exactly the same grinding attrition. Thousands of German and Allied Italian soldiers camped for months on end in improvised field conditions, dependent on supply lines stretched across hostile or reluctantly cooperative countryside, and vulnerable to precisely the same dysentery and camp fever that this channel has already shown you on other nights in this room, so reliably killed considerably more medieval soldiers across the whole of any prolonged siege than the actual fighting itself ever managed to, so that the final surrender of Milan in March of 1162 represented, for the army camped outside its own walls quite as much as for the starving population trapped within them, the end of an ordeal that had already, by the time the city's own gates finally opened, extracted a considerable and largely unrecorded price from both sides of the siege line alike. By March of 1162, with the city's own population reduced to a genuine and desperate starvation that several surviving chroniclers describe in considerable and disturbing detail, Milan's own leaders finally surrendered unconditionally, and what followed has become, across the 8.5 centuries since, one of the most vividly remembered episodes of the entire Italian medieval period. Frederick ordered the city's population evacuated and dispersed among several smaller neighbouring towns, and then had Milan itself systematically demolished, its walls torn down, its principal buildings burned or dismantled stone by stone, in an act of deliberate civic annihilation intended, in the most literal and most physically permanent terms available to a medieval conqueror, to erase the single most defiant symbol of Lombard resistance to imperial authority from the map of northern Italy altogether. It is worth observing honestly that the popular legend claiming Frederick ordered the ruined ground of Milan sown with salt to render it permanently barren, a story that has circulated for centuries and that echoes an almost identical and almost certainly equally legendary claim this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, was attached to the Roman destruction of Carthage 3 centuries before Christ, finds no genuine support in any of the contemporary medieval chronicles, and appears to be a later embellishment added to an already sufficiently brutal historical episode by writers who felt, not unreasonably, that the simple demolition of an entire great city somehow required an even more dramatic flourish of vindictiveness to properly convey its horror. The demolition itself, without any need for embellishment at all, stood as an act of civic destruction genuinely without precedent in recent European memory, and it achieved, in the short term at least, exactly what Frederick intended, silencing the single most powerful and most consistently defiant voice of Lombard resistance, and leaving the emperor, for the first time in his own Italian wars, in a position that looked to nearly every observer at the time very much like genuine and lasting victory. It is worth stressing too precisely what this victory actually cost the ordinary people caught inside it, because the surviving chronicles, written overwhelmingly by clerics and court poets, concerned chiefly with the grand sweep of imperial triumph, tell us remarkably little about the tens of thousands of Milanese men, women, and children scattered among 4 separate neighbouring towns in the aftermath of their own city's destruction, stripped of homes and livelihoods built up across generations of hard-won civic prosperity, nor about how many of them, in the genuinely chaotic months of dispersal and dislocation that followed, simply did not survive the experience at all, a silence in the sources that this whole long-running series has already taught you, story after story, to treat not as evidence that the suffering did not happen, but as evidence only that the men who wrote these particular chronicles didn't consider such suffering worth the ink required to record it. A city built as an insult, and a league built to outlast an emperor. Frederick returned to Germany in 1162, believing by every reasonable outward measure available to him at the time that the Lombard question had been settled decisively and permanently in his own favour, and for a time that confidence appeared entirely justified, the emperor spending much of the following several years attending to German affairs, to the ongoing business of his own schism with the exiled Pope Alexander, and to the domestic life of a court that his own marriage to Beatrice, and the growing brood of children it had produced, had by this point made genuinely settled and genuinely prosperous. But the destruction of Milan, rather than permanently cowing the wider region of Lombardy into obedience, had instead planted, among the very cities that had once been content to pursue their own local rivalries at Frederick's own convenience, the first seeds of a considerably more dangerous and considerably more united resistance, because the sheer scale of what had happened to Milan a great and ancient city reduced to rubble and its people scattered among strangers, made unmistakably plain to every other Lombard city exactly what ultimate submission to Frederick's own vision of imperial authority might eventually cost even a city that had, until that point, imagined itself safely allied with the emperor's own cause. It is worth naming briefly the first faint stirring of organised Lombard resistance that preceded the Lombard League proper by several years, because the Great Alliance sworn at Pontida in 1167 did not spring into being from nothing. In 1164, a smaller regional alliance among the cities of Verona, Vicenza, Padua, and Treviso, remembered by historians as the Veronese League, formed specifically to control the vital alpine passes and river crossings that any future imperial army marching south would be forced to use, a considerably more modest arrangement than the full Lombard League that followed it, but one that established several years before the wider rebellion the basic template of mutual civic defence that the larger league would later expand across the whole of Lombardy. A quiet, early warning, largely unheeded at the German imperial court at the time, of exactly how much organised resistance Frederick's own increasingly heavy-handed governance was already generating among cities that had once been content to quarrel chiefly among themselves. By the year 1167, with Frederick once again in Italy, pursuing a fresh and initially successful campaign that saw his own forces win a hard-fought and genuinely decisive victory over a Roman militia at the Battle of Monteporzio in the hills outside the city, a triumph that opened the way for his own army to briefly occupy Rome itself and drive the by now widely recognised Pope Alexander into renewed exile, a catastrophic outbreak of disease, striking Frederick's own encamped forces within mere days of what had looked, on the battlefield at Monteporzio, like one of the most complete military successes of his entire Italian career, and turning that same triumph, almost overnight, into one of the more bitterly ironic reversals of his whole long reign. It is worth adding, specifically, the single most consequential individual casualty of that same outbreak, because Frederick's own fierce and formidable chancellor, Reinald of Dassel, the same combative cleric this story has already told you tonight, nearly drew his own sword against papal legates at Besançon, and who had, across more than a decade of loyal service, been perhaps the single most influential architect of Frederick's own hardline policy toward the papacy and the Lombard cities alike, died of the same disease outside Rome in that same summer of 1167, a loss that several modern historians regard as a genuine turning point in the character of Frederick's own subsequent policy, the emperor's own approach to both the papal schism and the Lombard War growing, in the years that followed Reinald's death, noticeably more open to the kind of patient negotiated settlement this story has already shown you. Tonight eventually produced the reconciliations at Venice and Constance, as though the loss of his own most uncompromising adviser had freed Frederick, whether by simple necessity or by some quieter change of his own heart, to pursue the considerably more flexible statecraft that would come to define the second half of his own reign. A catastrophic outbreak of disease, most likely malaria, tore through the emperor's own encamped army outside the city within mere days of the victory at Monteporzio, killing, within a matter of weeks, a substantial portion of his own most experienced commanders and soldiers, a loss so severe and so sudden that Frederick was forced to abandon his own Roman campaign entirely and make a difficult, harried retreat back north across the Alps with what remained of his own shattered forces, a retreat that several Lombard cities, watching the emperor's own apparent invincibility dissolve almost overnight into visible and undeniable weakness, recognised immediately as the opportunity they had been quietly waiting for. In December of that same year, 16 of the Lombard cities, Milan's own scattered former citizens prominent among them, formally banded together into a mutual defence pact that history would come to remember as the Lombard League, an alliance whose members pledged, in a solemn oath sworn at the monastery of Pontida, to rebuild Milan itself and to resist, jointly and permanently, any further attempt by the emperor to impose the kind of direct imperial rule the Diet of Roncaglia had once demanded of them. The rebuilding itself began almost immediately. The scattered former citizens Frederick had dispersed among 4 neighbouring towns 5 years earlier returning, according to several surviving accounts, with a genuine and visible haste to the ruins of their own former homes, and Milan rose again, across the following years, on largely the same ground it had occupied before its own demolition, its walls rebuilt, its own civic government reconstituted along largely the same lines it had followed before Frederick's own army ever tore it down, so that the single most dramatic act of destruction in the whole of this story proved, in the end, considerably less permanent than the emperor who ordered it had very likely intended. A great city erased, and then, within the very same generation, deliberately and defiantly restored by the same people, it had been erased to punish. It is worth recording, with a certain grim satisfaction, that even the most sober modern historians of this period have generally allowed themselves the single, specific and genuinely pointed act of defiance with which the newly formed League chose to announce its own existence to the wider world. In the year 1168, the League founded an entirely new fortified city, built from the ground up at a strategically vital location, commanding the roads Frederick's own armies would need to use for any future invasion of Lombardy, and named the new city, quite deliberately and quite unmistakably, Alessandria, in direct and public honour of the very Pope Alexander, whose own election Frederick had spent nearly a decade trying to overturn by force, a piece of civic naming so pointedly provocative that Frederick's own supporters took to referring to the new settlement with open contempt as Alessandria della Paglia, Alexandria of the straw, a mocking reference to the humble thatched roofs of its earliest hastily constructed buildings, though the city itself, built with real strategic seriousness rather than mere symbolic bravado, would go on to withstand a determined imperial siege only a few years later, and stands to this day as one of the more enduring monuments to the Lombard League's own confidence that it could outlast an emperor's own patience. It is worth naming, briefly, exactly how remarkably durable this specific political language, Guelph for the party of Pope and League, Ghibelline for the party of the Emperor, actually proved to be across the centuries that followed Frederick's own death, because it did not fade quietly away once the specific 12th century quarrel that produced it had been settled at Constance. Italian city politics continued to organise itself, for the better part of the following 2 centuries, around exactly these same 2 factional labels, families and entire cities aligning themselves as Guelph or Ghibelline in local struggles for power that had, in a great many cases, almost nothing left to do with any actual living emperor or any actual living pope, and the poet Dante Alighieri himself, writing his own Divine Comedy more than a full century after Frederick's own death, was driven into lifelong political exile from his own native Florence, precisely because of exactly this same Guelph-Ghibelline factionalism, a personal catastrophe that shaped the whole of Dante's own great poem, and that traces its own distant origin back, in no small part, to the political language Frederick's own 30-year war against the Lombard cities first gave lasting currency to. The Florentine political theorist Niccolo Machiavelli, writing more than 3 centuries after Frederick's own reign, would look back on exactly this same long medieval struggle between emperor and Italian city as a formative episode in his own considerably darker analysis of why Italy itself had never managed to unify into a single strong state the way France and England and Spain had, a fragmentation Machiavelli traced in real part to the exhausting generations-long stalemate between imperial ambition and civic resistance that Frederick's own 6 Italian expeditions had done so much to entrench, so that a war fought and, in its own final, negotiated terms, essentially drawn in the 12th century, went on shaping Italian political thought and Italian political reality for the better part of the following 700 years. It is worth observing, too, the considerably more immediate and considerably more concrete legacy, the piece of constance left behind for the ordinary merchants and ordinary craftsmen of the cities it settled, because the genuine autonomy the treaty confirmed helped underwrite one of the more remarkable periods of urban commercial flourishing anywhere in medieval Europe. The same Lombard cities that had spent 30 years fighting off Frederick's own regalian claims going on across the following 2 centuries, to become some of the wealthiest, most populous, and most culturally accomplished urban centres anywhere on the continent, laying in the process a great deal of the civic, financial and artistic groundwork that the Italian Renaissance would eventually rise from, a considerably happier long-term outcome than the smoking rubble of Milan in 1162 might once have led any contemporary observer to expect. It is worth stressing, finally, the genuine and, by several contemporary accounts, unusually sincere religious devotion that ran alongside all of Frederick's own political calculation, a piety this story has already touched on in describing his own decision to take the cross, but that expressed itself across the whole of his own reign in less dramatic and less frequently remembered ways as well, in the monasteries and religious foundations his own charters endowed across the German lands, in his own evident personal reverence for the relics and the memory of Charlemagne that drove the canonization this story has already described tonight, however self-serving its own underlying political motive, and in the plain fact worth setting beside everything else. This story has told you about a man capable of raising a city and breaking a cousin that Frederick chose at the very end of a long and successful life, during which almost nothing had compelled him to take any risk he did not himself judge acceptable. To lead an army in person across 1,000 miles of hostile territory at an age when nearly every other option available to him would have been considerably safer, a final act that this story leaves you to judge for yourself as either genuine faith or simple restless ambition, finding one last cause large enough to hold it, or, as this whole long story has already suggested was so often true of Frederick Barbarossa himself, some inseparable mixture of both at once. It is worth pausing too to name plainly the single most consequential domestic decision Frederick made in these same years, a decision made far from any Italian battlefield, but one that would, within less than a decade, cost him dearly on exactly the ground where the League's own resistance was steadily hardening. Frederick's own cousin, Henry the Lion, Duke of both Saxony and Bavaria, and by a considerable margin the single most powerful territorial prince within the entire German kingdom, had been, across the first 2 decades of Frederick's own reign, one of the emperor's most consistently useful allies, a formidable warrior and administrator in his own right, who had spent these same years expanding German settlement and German authority eastward into Slavic lands along the Baltic, with an energy and a ruthlessness that this channel could, on another night, tell an entire story of its own about. And Frederick had rewarded that loyalty across the years with a degree of practical autonomy in the north of Germany that came to resemble in nearly every meaningful respect an independent principality operating under only the loosest nominal deference to the emperor's own authority. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly what those specific and immediate concerns actually were, because Henry's own attention across these same decades was consumed by a project every bit as ambitious in its own way, as Frederick's own Italian ambitions, the vigorous and often brutal eastward expansion of German settlement, German law, and German Christianity into the Slavic and Baltic lands beyond the river Elbe, a colonizing movement modern historians call the Ostsiedlung, that this channel could on some future night tell an entire story of its own about, and that Henry pursued with a single-minded, often ruthless determination, founding towns, subjugating and forcibly converting Slavic populations along the Baltic coast, and building, across nearly 3 decades of near-continuous campaigning in the north and east, a territorial power base in Saxony, and beyond that dwarfed, in raw acreage, if not always in prestige, the increasingly stalemated and increasingly expensive war, Frederick continued fighting for control of a handful of wealthy Italian cities. Henry's own refusal to march south in 1176 reflected, at bottom, a genuine and rational calculation that his own eastern project mattered more to his own dynasty's long-term interest than one more expensive southern campaign fought largely for his cousin's own Italian glory. A calculation that proved, in the short term, catastrophically costly to the emperor he abandoned, but that Henry, watching his own vast northern territories continue to grow even as Frederick's Italian war ground on without him, may well have judged at the time to be the more sensible use of his own army's strength. But Henry's own priorities, rooted as they were in the specific and immediate concerns of his own vast northern territories, did not always align neatly with Frederick's own increasingly consuming ambitions in distant Italy, and the relationship between the two cousins, close and genuinely warm for so many years, had begun, by the middle years of the 1170s, to show real and increasingly visible strain. A siege that would not fall outside a city built to spite him. It is worth adding, before this story carries you to Legnano itself, the immediate and genuinely humbling failure that preceded it, because Frederick's final Italian campaign did not open with the decisive battle this story is about to describe, but with a long and fruitless winter siege of the very city the Lombard League had founded a few years earlier as a deliberate act of defiance. Alessandria, named, as this story has already told you tonight, in open mockery of Frederick's own long conflict with the Pope whose name the city bore. Frederick invested Alessandria through the harsh winter months of 1174 and into the spring of 1175, and the newly built city, its own defenders fighting with the particular ferocity of a population defending a settlement built expressly to prove that Lombard resolve could outlast an emperor's own patience, held out through months of cold, hunger, and repeated assault, until Frederick, his own siege equipment increasingly ineffective against defences still being reinforced, even as his own army attacked them, was finally forced to abandon the siege entirely in April of 1175, a genuine and public humiliation considerably less remembered today than the far larger catastrophe still waiting for him at Legnano the following year, but one that made unmistakably plain to every observer on either side of the widened conflict exactly how far the balance of the war had already shifted since the confident days of Roncaglia. Legnano, and the day the Emperor's own knights broke against a wall of Italian shields. It is worth recording plainly, and without softening, exactly what happened when Frederick, in the spring of 1176, led what would prove to be the decisive military campaign of his entire 30-year Italian struggle, because the battle that followed would go on to be remembered across the whole of subsequent European military history as one of the earliest and most consequential demonstrations that a determined army of urban infantry, drawn from the ranks of ordinary merchants and craftsmen, rather than from any hereditary warrior nobility, could stand against and genuinely defeat the armoured mounted knights that had dominated European battlefields for centuries. Frederick, needing reinforcements to match the growing strength of the Lombard League's own combined forces, summoned Henry the Lion to join him in Italy with the full strength of Henry's own considerable northern army, and Henry, weighing his own priorities and, by several surviving accounts, extracting in the process a demand for further territorial concessions from Frederick that the emperor found genuinely galling, ultimately refused, withdrawing north to his own duchies and leaving Frederick to face the assembled forces of the Lombard League with a considerably smaller army than the campaign's own planners had originally counted upon. On the 29th of May, 1176, near the small town of Legnano northwest of Milan, Frederick's own reduced imperial force encountered the main army of the Lombard League, and the battle that followed unfolded in a manner that stunned nearly every experienced military observer on either side. The League's own infantry, organised around a heavily defended standard-bearing wagon known as the Carroccio, a mobile rallying point this channel could, on some other night, describe at far greater length as one of the distinctive military and civic inventions of the Italian communal cities of this entire era, held firm against repeated charges by Frederick's own heavily armoured knights, absorbing the initial shock of the imperial cavalry's assault through sheer disciplined density of massed spearmen, rather than breaking and scattering in the manner that infantry-facing mounted knights had, across so much of the preceding several centuries of European warfare, been generally expected to do, and when the League's own cavalry reserve, held back until exactly this critical moment, struck the exhausted imperial knights from an unexpected flank, Frederick's own army broke entirely, in a rout so complete and so genuinely chaotic that Frederick himself was unhorsed in the fighting, his own personal standard captured by the triumphant Lombards. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely fierce final defence the League's own soldiers mounted around the Carroccio itself in the battle's own closing stage. A company of some 900 hand-picked men, remembered afterward as the Company of Death, who had sworn a solemn collective oath to defend the sacred wagon and its own standard to the last man rather than allow it to fall into imperial hands, a vow that held by every surviving account and that turned what might otherwise have been simply another inconclusive medieval skirmish into the kind of total, symbolically unmistakable Lombard triumph that no amount of later imperial propaganda could ever fully soften or explain away. And the emperor, separated from the remnants of his own shattered army in the confusion of the retreat, was for several days afterwards simply unaccounted for, presumed dead or captured by a great many of his own anxious officials back in Germany, before finally reappearing, battered and considerably humbled, at the court of his own wife Beatrice, who had by several accounts genuinely feared herself widowed in the interval. It is worth observing, too, exactly how differently this same news landed among the victors, because the Lombard League's own cities and the exiled Pope Alexander alike received word of Legnano with an exultation. This story's own account of Frederick's private humiliation should make it easy enough to imagine. The Pope himself, still in exile and still watching his own 18-year struggle against the Emperor's anti-popes drag on with no clear end in sight, greeting the news as unmistakable confirmation that God's own favour had finally, decisively turned against the man who had spent nearly 2 decades trying to unseat him, a confidence that shaped the considerably stronger negotiating position Alexander brought to the reconciliation at Venice the following year, and one that Frederick, arriving at that same ceremony as a supplicant rather than as the confident young sovereign who had once kept a pope, waiting over the small matter of a stirrup 2 decades before, could hardly fail to recognise for exactly what it was. It is worth sitting, honestly, with exactly how total a reversal Legnano represented, because there is no softening the scale of it. A man who had razed the greatest city in Lombardy to rubble 14 years earlier, who had maintained a rival line of popes for the better part of 2 decades on the strength of his own apparently unstoppable military power, found himself on a single afternoon near a small and previously unremarkable Lombard town, decisively and unambiguously beaten by an army drawn substantially from the very cities his own earlier campaigns had tried to reduce to permanent obedience. And it is worth stressing too, exactly how directly Henry the Lion's own refusal to march south had contributed to that defeat, a grievance Frederick, whatever private bitterness he may have felt in the immediate aftermath of his own humiliation, would prove entirely willing to wait years to properly collect on, in a pattern of patient, deferred retribution that this entire story has already shown you, tonight, was very much Frederick's own signature political instrument, a peace made in Venice and a genius for turning defeat into settlement. It is here, in the immediate aftermath of the single most humiliating military defeat of his entire reign, that Frederick's own particular and genuinely rare political gift, the same gift for patient reconciliation. This story has already shown you tonight at work in his own boyhood role as go-between during the Hohenstaufen-Welf civil wars, reasserted itself with a clarity that arguably did more to secure his own long-term historical reputation than any of his own earlier military victories had managed to do. Rather than continue a war he could no longer realistically hope to win outright, Frederick opened negotiations in the months following Legnano with the 2 parties whose combined opposition had finally broken him, the Lombard League itself and the long-exiled Pope Alexander, and in July of 1177, in a series of carefully staged and genuinely moving ceremonies held in the great square of Venice, before an assembled crowd of dignitaries from across the whole of Christian Europe, Frederick formally submitted to Pope Alexander, ending after 18 years the schism his own anti-popes had sustained, in a reconciliation scene that several surviving accounts describe with a theatrical warmth clearly intended to erase, as thoroughly as any single ceremony could, the memory of nearly 2 decades of open hostility between emperor and papacy. It is worth naming honestly, because it says something genuinely important about how this whole story has learned to read its own most dramatic reconciliation scenes. That the popular legend claiming Frederick prostrated himself fully at Alexander's feet, while the Pope planted a triumphant foot upon the fallen emperor's own neck, quoting the biblical psalm about treading upon the asp and the basilisk, appears nowhere in the most reliable contemporary accounts of the Venice ceremony, and seems to be, much like the salted ruins of Milan this story has already told you about tonight, a later dramatic embellishment that later generations, eager for a suitably humbling image of imperial comeuppance, found simply too satisfying to resist inventing, when the actual documented ceremony, formal, dignified, and carefully choreographed by both sides to preserve as much mutual honour as the underlying reality of Frederick's own defeat genuinely allowed, was almost certainly considerably less theatrically humiliating than the legend that later attached itself to it. The peace with the Lombard League itself took considerably longer to finalise into a lasting settlement, a truce agreed at Venice alongside the papal reconciliation, buying 6 years of uneasy calm before the final terms were formally settled at Constance in June of 1183, in an agreement history remembers as the Peace of Constance, and it is worth adding plainly exactly what that final settlement actually granted each side, because it reveals, with unusual clarity, exactly how far Frederick's own understanding of what was practically achievable had shifted since the confident, uncompromising demands he had made at Roncaglia a quarter-century before. The Lombard cities retained the right to elect their own consuls and to govern their own internal affairs largely as they had before Frederick's wars had ever begun. A substantial and genuinely durable victory for the very principle of urban self-government the emperor had once tried to extinguish outright, But in exchange, the cities formally acknowledged Frederick's own nominal imperial sovereignty, agreed to pay a fixed and considerably more modest tribute in place of the sweeping Roncaglia taxes, and consented that the emperor retained certain limited judicial and ceremonial rights within their own walls, rights that the actual text of the treaty spelled out with a specificity worth naming here, because it shows exactly how far the settlement had moved from the sweeping, almost unlimited regalian claims Frederick's own Bologna jurists had once codified for him at Roncaglia a quarter century earlier, the cities retaining the right to fortify themselves as they saw fit, to form leagues and alliances among themselves without imperial permission, to exercise civil and criminal jurisdiction over their own citizens through magistrates of their own choosing, and to regulate their own trade, coinage, and local taxation with only a nominal imperial oath of fealty and a fixed annual payment standing between that considerable practical autonomy and any lingering theoretical claim of direct imperial rule. A settlement that reads, when set plainly against the sweeping demands Frederick had once carried south, with such confidence in 1158, less like a victory for either side than like the honest, hard-won recognition, on both sides at once, of a balance of power that 30 years of blood and treasure had already, in practice, settled long before any lawyer ever put its final terms to parchment at Constance. And it is worth recording briefly that the Lombard League itself did not simply dissolve once its own founding purpose had been achieved, but persisted in looser and more intermittent form as a standing reminder of exactly what organised civic cooperation among the cities of northern Italy could accomplish against an overreaching emperor, a memory and a model that the same cities would revive in considerably renewed and considerably more organised form some 4 decades after Frederick's own death, when his own grandson Frederick II pursued, with a determination that matched or exceeded his own grandfather's, an even more ambitious campaign to subdue the very same region, only to find the sons and grandsons of the men who had stood at Legnano just as ready to stand against a Hohenstaufen emperor a second time as their own fathers had once been the first, a settlement that gave neither side everything it had originally demanded, but that gave both sides enough of what they most needed: dignity and practical autonomy for the cities, formal sovereignty and a face-saving peace for the emperor, to hold, in genuinely remarkable fashion for a medieval treaty of this kind, for the whole of the remainder of Frederick's own life and considerably beyond it, a cousin brought low. It is worth turning now to the second and considerably more personal reckoning that followed directly from the humiliation at Legnano, because Frederick, having made his own peace with the Lombards and with the papacy through patient negotiation rather than further war, proved rather less inclined to extend the same forgiving patience to the cousin whose own refusal to march south had, in the judgment of a great many contemporaries, materially contributed to that same defeat. In the years immediately following Legnano, a coalition of Henry the Lion's own numerous enemies among the German princely nobility, men who had spent years resenting the sheer scale of Henry's own accumulated power across both Saxony and Bavaria, and who saw, in the aftermath of Frederick's own Italian humiliation, an opportunity to settle scores of their own, began bringing a mounting series of formal legal complaints against the Duke before the Emperor's own court, and Frederick, whatever genuine personal affection he may once have held for a cousin who had, after all, stood alongside him through the same catastrophic Second Crusade of their shared youth, allowed those complaints to proceed with a coldness that several modern historians read as unmistakable evidence of exactly how deeply the memory of Legnano still rankled. Summoned repeatedly to answer these charges before the imperial court, and refusing on each occasion to appear, Henry was formally declared an outlaw under German feudal law at a great assembly of princes held at Gelnhausen in April of 1180, and his own vast territories, built up across nearly 4 decades of relentless and genuinely capable expansion, were stripped from him and redistributed among the very rival princes who had brought the original complaints, Bavaria passing to the Wittelsbach family, whose own descendants would go on to rule the territory for more than 7 centuries afterward, right down to the 20th century, and Saxony broken apart into considerably smaller and considerably less threatening pieces, redistributed among a cluster of lesser princes and bishops, whose own comparatively modest individual holdings meant that no single one of them could ever hope to reassemble anything approaching the vast, unified northern power base Henry himself had spent nearly 4 decades so carefully building, a deliberate fragmentation. This story's own earlier account of the endless quarrelling that so often characterised German princely politics should make it easy to recognise, calculated not merely to punish Henry personally, but to ensure that no future Duke of Saxony could ever again accumulate quite the same dangerous concentration of independent territorial power that had, in Frederick's own considered judgment, so nearly cost him the whole of his own Italian war. Henry, faced with the combined military strength of Frederick's own imperial forces and a coalition of hostile neighbouring princes, resisted for a time and then submitted in a formal ceremony of surrender before Frederick at Erfurt in November of 1181, that several accounts describe as genuinely emotional. The 2 aging cousins, once boyhood companions and later comrades through the shared disaster of the Second Crusade, meeting now as stripped exile and triumphant emperor, and Henry was permitted to retain a modest remnant of his own family's original Saxon lands, but was sentenced to 3 years of exile from Germany altogether, spending much of that exile at the court of his own father-in-law, King Henry II of England, before eventually returning to a diminished but not entirely destroyed position within the German kingdom. It is worth naming honestly exactly how thoroughly this episode reveals the harder, considerably less forgiving edge of the same patient political temperament that had produced the genuinely conciliatory Peace of Constance. Because Frederick's own treatment of Henry the Lion shows a man entirely capable of extending real magnanimity toward defeated enemies he judged useful to reconcile, the Lombard cities, the long-exiled Pope, while simultaneously pursuing the methodical, years-long destruction of a former ally's entire territorial power base, once that ally's own usefulness had been outweighed, in Frederick's own private calculation, by the political cost of his own defiance. A distinction this story has already shown you tonight was drawn along lines of raw political utility considerably more often than along any consistent line of personal loyalty or personal affection. It is worth observing briefly what became of Henry the Lion himself in the years that followed his own fall, because his own story did not end at Erfurt. Returning from his own 3 years of English exile in the middle years of the 1180s, Henry attempted on more than one occasion to reclaim a portion of the vast territorial power he had lost, provoking fresh conflict with Frederick's own son and eventual successor Henry after the old emperor's own death, before finally settling in his own last years into a genuinely diminished but not entirely powerless retirement on the small remaining Saxon lands he'd been permitted to keep, dying in the city of Brunswick in the year 1195, 5 years after the cousin who had broken him had himself drowned in a Cilician river. And it is worth remembering that Henry's own descendants, the House of Welf, would go on across the following centuries to produce a rather more improbable final chapter to this whole old family rivalry than either medieval cousin could have possibly imagined, eventually inheriting, through a long and circuitous line of dynastic marriage. This story has no room to trace in full tonight. The British throne itself, so that the royal House of Hanover and through it every British monarch from George I down to the present day descends in an unbroken line from the very Welf Duke that Frederick Barbarossa spent the final years of their shared rivalry so thoroughly and so deliberately breaking. It is worth stressing, too, a second and considerably quieter act of Hohenstaufen-Welf reconciliation that unfolded across these same years, involving not Henry the Lion himself, but his own uncle, Welf VI, the same formidable nobleman whose own rivalry with the young Hohenstaufen caused this story described at the very start of tonight's telling. Welf VI, having outlived his own son and finding himself in the 1170s without a direct male heir to inherit his own substantial family territories in Swabia and Tuscany, arranged, in the final years of his own long life, to sell the reversion of those same lands directly to his own nephew Frederick in exchange for a generous annuity, a transaction that meant the last great independent Welf territorial holding in southern Germany passed, by entirely peaceful and entirely voluntary agreement rather than by conquest, or by the kind of forced confiscation this story has already shown you tonight befell Henry the Lion into Hohenstaufen hands, quietly completing, in the most unremarkable and least dramatic way imaginable, the very reconciliation between two warring families that this whole story opened by telling you a single mixed-blood infant had once been born to embody, a boy who spent his own reign, in the end, achieving through patience and negotiation and the occasional well-timed inheritance exactly what 2 generations of his own ancestors had failed to achieve through open war. It is worth naming briefly too exactly what became of Beatrice's own Burgundian inheritance once it passed into imperial hands through her own marriage, because the county of Burgundy remained bound to the empire, at least in nominal feudal terms, for centuries after Frederick's own death, a French-speaking imperial territory whose own loose and often largely theoretical subordination to a succession of German-speaking emperors persisted long after the Hohenstaufen dynasty itself had vanished. One small lasting fragment of Frederick's own marriage-built empire that would go on outliving him by a considerably longer stretch than his own direct male line ever managed to, a feast at Pentecost and an empire at the height of its own splendour. It is worth dwelling, before this story turns toward the final, fatal chapter of Frederick's own long life, on the single most spectacular public ceremony of his entire reign, because it captures, better than almost any other single episode this story could choose to describe, exactly how completely Frederick had, by the middle years of the 1180s, restored and even exceeded the imperial prestige that the disaster at Legnano had once seemed to have permanently shattered. At Pentecost in the year 1184, Frederick summoned the great princes of the German kingdom to a vast ceremonial assembly at Mainz, ostensibly to formally knight his own 2 eldest surviving sons, Henry, already crowned King of the Romans and heir apparent to the imperial throne, and Frederick, Duke of Swabia, whose own name this story will need to remember carefully across the chapters still to come. But the actual scale of the celebration that followed, drawing, by the admittedly enthusiastic estimate of contemporary chroniclers, tens of thousands of knights and nobles from across the whole of the German kingdom, and beyond it to a specially constructed tent city on the banks of the Rhine, feasting and jousting and courtly entertainment continuing for the better part of a full week, transformed what might have been a comparatively modest dynastic ceremony into a deliberate and dazzling public demonstration of exactly how thoroughly the emperor who had once fled the field at Legnano now commanded the wealth, the loyalty, and the sheer organisational capacity of the entire German nobility. It is worth lingering for a moment on exactly what that week beside the Rhine would have looked and sounded and smelled like to anyone actually standing inside it, because the chroniclers who recorded it for posterity were considerably more interested in counting the princes present than in describing the ordinary sensory texture of the event itself, and a scene this large deserves, at least once in tonight's telling, to be recovered in something closer to its own full and physical immediacy. Picture a temporary city of silk and canvas pavilions spreading out along the riverbank, banners bearing the arms of 100 noble houses snapping overhead in the early summer wind, the air thick with the smoke of countless open cooking fires roasting whole oxen and whole boars for a crowd numbering, by even conservative modern estimate, well into the tens of thousands, the constant clatter and ring of the tournament grounds where young knights from across the length and breadth of the German kingdom tested their own skill and their own courage against one another, under the watchful eyes of an emperor determined that his own son's knighting should be remembered as the grandest such spectacle any living German had ever witnessed. Minstrels and poets competing for noble patronage in a dozen different halls at once, and beneath all of it the particular and unmistakable smell of a medieval camp of this size, wood smoke and roasting meat and trampled grass and the close sweating press of tens of thousands of human bodies gathered in one place for a single shared week of deliberate, orchestrated splendour. It is worth remembering, too, that this same period of restored imperial splendour coincided with the full flowering of the distinctly courtly chivalric culture that this channel has already touched on other nights in this room, in telling you about the age of troubadours and knightly romance taking shape across France and Germany in these same decades. A culture Frederick's own court did a great deal to actively cultivate, patronising poets and minstrels whose verses celebrated an idealised vision of knighthood and courtly love that stood in genuinely stark and, to modernise at least, genuinely uncomfortable contrast against the actual brutal realities of siege warfare and city demolition that had built the very imperial power those same poets now celebrated, a contradiction this whole long-running series has already taught you, story after story, to expect from nearly every glittering medieval court it has ever taken you inside. A crown for the south, sealed with a wedding ring. It is worth adding, too, a second and considerably more quietly consequential piece of business Frederick had already concluded in Italy some months before the great feast at Mainz, because it would go on to reshape the entire subsequent course of his own dynasty's fortunes considerably more than any single battle or any single siege this story has already told you about tonight. It is worth remembering before this story describes that marriage itself, exactly how unlikely such a union would have seemed only a few years earlier, because the Norman kings of Sicily, William I and after him William II, had spent decades of Frederick's own reign as consistent and often quite active enemies of imperial ambition in Italy, supplying money and, on occasion, ships and soldiers to the Lombard League and to the exiled Pope Alexander alike, precisely because a powerful German emperor established firmly astride the whole of the Italian peninsula posed exactly the kind of direct strategic threat to Sicily's own independence that no Norman king could afford to view with indifference, so that the marriage Frederick arranged in 1186 represented not merely a useful dynastic alliance, but the deliberate hard-won conversion of one of his own most persistent regional enemies into, at least on paper, a future member of his own family. In the city of Milan, itself rebuilt in the years since its own destruction, under terms of the Peace of Constance, Frederick presided in January of 1186 over the marriage of his own eldest surviving son and heir, Henry to Constance, the aunt, and, following a subsequent chain of deaths among her own closer relatives, the eventual heiress of the wealthy and strategically vital Norman kingdom of Sicily, a kingdom that this channel could, on some future night, tell you the whole separate and remarkable story of in its own right, a realm that controlled the rich and fertile island of Sicily itself, along with a substantial portion of the Italian mainland's own southern coast, and that had grown, across a full century of Norman rule, into one of the wealthiest and most cosmopolitan monarchies anywhere in the whole of the Mediterranean world. It is worth recording, honestly, exactly how calculated this marriage was, and exactly how far its consequences would eventually reach, beyond anything Frederick himself could have fully foreseen at the time, because the union would deliver, within less than a decade of Frederick's own death, the entire kingdom of Sicily into Hohenstaufen, hands through Henry's own subsequent conquest, uniting German imperial authority with Mediterranean wealth and Mediterranean sophistication in a combination that would produce, through the child born of this same marriage, the Emperor Frederick II, a grandson raised amid the genuinely dazzling multicultural court of Sicily rather than in Germany at all, and whose own later reign, filled with a scientific curiosity and a religious unorthodoxy that scandalized a great many of his own contemporaries, would carry the Hohenstaufen name to its own final, brilliant, and ultimately catastrophic conclusion in a conflict with the papacy considerably more bitter and considerably more total than anything Frederick Barbarossa himself, for all his own decades of quarrelling with Rome, ever allowed his own conflicts with the Church to become. Both hands held open at once. It is worth pausing here, before this story carries Frederick east toward his own final crusade, to hold the whole of his own long Italian career up to the same honest, double-sided light. This channel has already turned on other knights in this room, on every other great and terrible figure it has told you about, because Frederick Barbarossa resists, more stubbornly than almost any other subject this channel has taken on, any single, simple verdict. In one hand, there is the Frederick who genuinely, and by nearly every surviving account sincerely, believed himself the rightful heir to a 1,000-year-old tradition of universal Roman authority, who administered the German kingdom itself with a genuine, and by the standards of the age genuinely rare consistency and fairness, codifying and enforcing what chroniclers of the period called the Landfrieden, a series of formal peace ordinances intended to curb exactly the kind of endless low-grade noble warfare that had scarred his own childhood, who built roads and encouraged trade and presided across the more settled middle decades of his own reign over a German kingdom that enjoyed a genuine and, by medieval standards, a genuinely remarkable degree of internal peace and internal prosperity, and who possessed, as this whole story has shown you tonight, an authentic and rare gift for eventually reconciling with nearly every major enemy his own ambition ever created, a German kingdom, whatever else this story has told you about the cost of the Italian wars fought in that same kingdom's name, that suffered nothing remotely resembling the scale of internal devastation this channel has already told you on other nights in this room, tore apart France during its own 100 Years' War, or England during its own Wars of the Roses, a genuine achievement of domestic governance that deserves to be weighed honestly in Frederick's own favour rather than simply overshadowed by the more dramatic and more frequently retold story of his own foreign wars. In the other hand, there is the Frederick who ordered a great and ancient city demolished stone by stone, and its population scattered among strangers, who maintained a schism within the government of the Western Church for the better part of 2 decades for reasons that had considerably more to do with raw political convenience than with any genuine theological conviction, who pursued the total legal and territorial destruction of a cousin and former comrade the instant that cousin's continued autonomy no longer served his own interests, and whose entire 30-year Italian project, when weighed honestly against its own final, negotiated outcome at Constance, achieved, after an almost unimaginable expenditure of German and Italian blood and treasure, a settlement not dramatically different in its practical substance from the loose, largely theoretical imperial sovereignty the Lombard cities had already been exercising, in effect if not in formal law, before Frederick's own first army ever crossed the Alps at all. Both of these men were, in the end, the same man, and it is worth resisting, as this whole series has always tried to resist, the temptation to resolve that tension into a tidier story than the surviving evidence actually supports. Whose ledger actually paid for 30 years of imperial glory? It is worth dwelling before this story follows Frederick East to answer the fall of Jerusalem on a question this whole series has learned to ask of nearly every great king's own record of conquest and reconciliation, which is simply this: who actually paid, in the most immediate and the most material sense, for 6 separate invasions of Italy, and for the vast ceremonial splendour of a feast like the one at Mainz? The answer, so far as the surviving records allow it to be reconstructed at all, is considerably less glamorous than the tournaments and the coronations this story has spent so much of tonight describing. The armies Frederick led south across the Alps again and again were financed in substantial part through feudal levies imposed on the very German nobility and the very German towns whose own princes and burghers rarely saw any direct personal benefit from the emperor's own Italian ambitions, through tolls collected on the roads and rivers his own regalian theory claimed as ancient imperial right, and through the outright plunder, the burned granaries and requisitioned livestock and looted city treasuries that every one of Frederick's own Italian campaigns generated as an unavoidable and largely unrecorded byproduct of simply keeping several thousand men fed and paid on campaign for months at a stretch. It is worth naming honestly that the ordinary Swabian farmer or the ordinary Rhineland townsman who found his own harvest requisitioned or his own sons conscripted for yet another southern campaign gained, in exchange for that sacrifice, very little of the tangible reward that flowed instead toward the great princes and the great bishops who accompanied Frederick south, men who returned from a successful Italian expedition with new grants of land, new confirmations of privilege, and a share of whatever tribute or plunder the campaign itself had generated, while the common soldier and the common taxpayer who had actually borne the physical and financial cost of getting that same army to Italy and back again received for the most part nothing beyond the continued and largely theoretical honour of having served the empire. It is one of the quieter, but no less real inequities running beneath the whole of this story's own grand narrative of coronations and reconciliations, that the costs of an emperor's own ambition and the rewards of an emperor's own eventual success were never distributed along anything resembling the same lines. A pattern this channel has already shown you, on other nights in this room, was scarcely unique to Frederick's own reign, but that deserves naming plainly here all the same, rather than left to vanish, the way it vanished from so many of the chronicles themselves, beneath a considerably more flattering story of imperial glory restored, news from a fallen city. The final and in the end fatal chapter of Frederick's own extraordinarily long career began not in Germany or in Italy at all, but far to the east, in a hot dry stretch of hill country near the Sea of Galilee, where in July of 1187 the combined army of the Christian Crusader kingdoms of the Levant, weakened by years of internal political rivalry and overconfident in its own numbers, marched into a deliberately laid trap set by the brilliant Kurdish general and Sultan Saladin, and was annihilated almost to the last man at a battle fought near a pair of hills called the Horns of Hattin, a catastrophe that this channel could, on some other night, walk you through in the full and terrible detail it deserves, but that matters to tonight's story chiefly for what followed directly from it, because with the Crusader kingdom's own field army effectively destroyed at a single stroke, Saladin's own forces swept across the length of the Holy Land in the following weeks, with almost nothing left to oppose them, and on the 2nd of October 1187 the city of Jerusalem itself, held by Crusader forces for very nearly 9 decades since its own bloody conquest during the First Crusade, this channel has already told you about on another night in this room, surrendered to Saladin's own army, a loss that struck the whole of Western Christendom when the news finally reached Europe in the following months, with a force of shock and genuine grief that is difficult, from the comfortable distance of 8.5 centuries, to fully appreciate. It is worth observing plainly the single most dramatic surviving testament to exactly how severe that shock actually was, because the reigning Pope in Rome, Urban III, is recorded by several contemporary chroniclers as having died within days of receiving confirmation of Jerusalem's own fall, a death several sources attribute directly to the sheer force of his own grief and horror at the news, and his own successor, Gregory VIII, whose own reign as Pope would last less than 2 months before his own death from illness, spent nearly the whole of that brief pontificate composing and circulating the formal papal proclamation that called all of Western Christendom to a new crusade, a document remembered by its own opening Latin words as Audita Tremendi. Upon hearing of the terrible, a text that framed the loss of Jerusalem not merely as a military catastrophe, but as a form of collective divine punishment for the sins of Christian Europe itself, a call to penance as much as to arms that reached Frederick's own court at almost exactly the same moment it reached every other crowned head of Latin Christendom, and that set in motion, within a matter of months, the assembly at Mainz, where Frederick himself would take the cross. It is worth stressing, too, the genuinely remarkable exchange of letters that several surviving chroniclers record passing between Frederick and Saladin himself in the months before the German army ever departed, an exchange whose precise wording later copyists very likely embellished, but whose basic substance most historians consider broadly credible, in which Frederick is said to have written to the Sultan in language of unmistakable and deliberately theatrical menace, demanding the restoration of Jerusalem and the whole of the former Crusader kingdom to Christian hands, and warning of the vast army already gathering to enforce that demand, boasting, among other things, of the countless kingdoms that owed him obedience, and of an army so large it could drink entire rivers dry on its own march east, and Saladin, according to the same tradition, replying with an equally confident and equally theatrical letter of his own, listing his own considerable conquests, and reminding the distant German emperor, with a courteous but entirely unmistakable edge, exactly how many previous Christian armies had already marched east with similarly grand promises, and had left, in the end, considerably less of themselves behind than they had brought. An exchange of royal bravado that reads, across 8.5 centuries, as a kind of grim foreshadowing of exactly how little either monarch's own confident boasting would end up mattering against the plain, indifferent facts of geography, disease, and, in Frederick's own case, a river neither man's letter had ever thought to mention. It is worth naming, honestly too, the considerably darker undertone that accompanied crusading fervour across nearly every major expedition this channel has ever told you about, because the call to a new crusade that swept the German lands in the months following the fall of Jerusalem was not free of it. Several Rhineland Jewish communities, the same communities this channel has already told you about, on another night in this room, had suffered devastating attacks from crusading mobs during the earlier First and Second Crusades of the previous century, found themselves once again subject to renewed threats and sporadic violence from bands of would-be crusaders whipped into a dangerous religious fervour that made no careful distinction between a distant Muslim sultan in Jerusalem and a Jewish neighbour in the very German town where the mob itself had been raised. Frederick, to his own considerable credit, and in a manner that stands in genuinely striking contrast to the comparative indifference several earlier crusade organisers this channel has already told you about, had shown toward exactly this kind of violence, issued explicit imperial orders for the protection of Jewish communities within his own realm, and moved with real severity against at least one documented instance of anti-Jewish violence in the city of Mainz itself, punishing the attackers and formally reaffirming the legal protections Jewish communities held under imperial law, a genuine and, by the standards of the age, genuinely unusual exercise of royal authority in defence of a persecuted minority, though it is worth adding honestly that Frederick's own intervention could not and did not fully prevent every act of violence carried out in his own Crusade's name across the wider German lands that same year, nor did it extend in any organised or lasting way, much beyond the specific incidents that came directly to the Emperor's own personal attention. Frederick, by this point an old man in his mid-60s, who had already spent 30 years fighting wars across Italy and Germany, and who might, by any reasonable measure, have expected to spend his own remaining years in the settled, dignified retirement his own hard-won peace at Constance had finally made possible, took the cross, the formal ceremonial vow of a crusader, at a great assembly held at Mainz in March of 1188, in a decision that several contemporary chroniclers describe as motivated by a genuine and long-held personal piety, rather than by any of the calculated political self-interest that had shaped so much of the rest of his own career. It is worth remembering too exactly what this same expedition meant to a man who had, as this story has already told you tonight, marched east once before as a young man alongside his own Uncle Conrad on the catastrophic Second Crusade, surviving ambushes and exhaustion, and watching a great German army largely dissolve before it ever reached its own goal. An experience that gave Frederick, unlike almost any other crowned head of Europe preparing to answer the fall of Jerusalem, a first-hand and deeply personal understanding of exactly how difficult and exactly how easily disastrous such an expedition could become, an understanding that shaped the meticulous, almost obsessive care with which Frederick's own court spent the following year organising supply lines, negotiating safe passage through the Balkans and Byzantine territory, and assembling what several contemporary chroniclers, with a kind of enthusiastic medieval exaggeration this whole series has already taught you to treat with real caution, described as the largest army Christian Europe had ever sent east, a figure ancient sources place as high as 100,000 men, and that modern historians, working from the more sober arithmetic of what medieval logistics could actually sustain on the march, generally place somewhere closer to 12 to 20,000, still an army of genuinely formidable size for its own era, and one whose discipline and organisation, forged from Frederick's own hard-won experience of what had gone wrong 4 decades earlier, would prove, in the opening stages of the march at least, considerably more effective than either of the 2 great crusades this channel has already told you about had managed to achieve. It is worth recording, honestly, that this same careful logistical planning, provisioning agreements negotiated in advance with the kingdoms of Hungary and Byzantium, a strict marching discipline intended to prevent exactly the kind of straggling and plundering that had doomed so much of the Second Crusade's own reputation among the very Christian populations it marched through, and a genuinely rare degree of advanced diplomatic preparation, represents one of the more quietly impressive achievements of Frederick's entire career. A crusade that, for all the catastrophe that eventually overtook it in a shallow Cilician river, actually reached Anatolia and won a genuine field victory at Iconium, in a manner neither the First nor the Second Crusade's own German or French contingents had ever managed to replicate with anything like the same discipline, so that the tragedy of Frederick's own death reads, against this backdrop, considerably more like the collapse of a fundamentally well-run expedition through a single, irreducible accident of chance than like the kind of slow, grinding logistical catastrophe that had characterized so much of the rest of the crusading movement this channel has already told you about on other nights in this room. The long road east, and an emperor's own quarrel with Constantinople. Frederick departed Germany in May of 1189, leading his own army along the same overland route through Hungary and the Balkans toward Constantinople that the leaders of the First Crusade had pioneered nearly a full century earlier, a route chosen deliberately over the increasingly popular alternative of travel by sea, both because it avoided the considerable expense and considerable risk of assembling a fleet large enough to transport so vast a force, and because it allowed Frederick's own army to maintain, for most of its own march, a degree of internal discipline and cohesion that a fleet scattered across dozens of separate vessels could never have preserved. The march through Hungary and Serbia and Bulgaria passed, by the standards of these enormous medieval expeditions, with comparatively few serious incidents. But as Frederick's own army approached the outskirts of Constantinople itself in the closing months of 1189, relations with the reigning Byzantine emperor, a shrewd and deeply anxious ruler named Isaac II Angelus, deteriorated sharply, Frederick's own envoys eventually discovering, through intercepted correspondence, that Isaac had entered into a secret arrangement with Saladin himself, an arrangement by which the Byzantine emperor, genuinely alarmed at the prospect of a vast Western army passing directly through the heart of his own empire, had agreed to hinder Frederick's own progress, and to supply Saladin with intelligence regarding the Crusaders' own numbers and movements, in exchange for assurances regarding the safety of Byzantine territory and Byzantine pilgrims in the Holy Land. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how close this same discovery brought two supposedly allied Christian powers to outright war with one another, because Frederick, genuinely furious at what he understood, not unreasonably, as a betrayal by a fellow Christian ruler at the very moment his own army most needed safe passage and reliable supply, seized several Byzantine towns along his own line of march, opened direct negotiations with Isaac's own domestic rivals within the fractious Byzantine imperial court, and even, by several surviving accounts, wrote to his own son Henry back in Germany, requesting that a Venetian or Sicilian fleet be dispatched to threaten Constantinople itself from the sea, a genuinely startling threat from the leader of an army that had, after all, set out from Germany to fight Muslim forces in the Holy Land rather than fellow Christians in the Byzantine capital. It is worth observing, too, exactly how close this same standoff came to permanently damaging relations between the Latin and Byzantine worlds that this channel has already told you about on other nights in this room, had been growing steadily more estranged from one another for the better part of a century. Memories of the First Crusade's own uneasy passage through Byzantine territory, and of the deep cultural and religious suspicion dividing the Greek Orthodox East from the Latin Catholic West, colouring nearly every interaction between Frederick's own army and Isaac's own officials, so that the German soldiers marching toward the Bosphorus found themselves regarding the local Byzantine population they passed through with a wariness bordering on outright hostility, and the Byzantine population, for its own part, watching tens of thousands of armed foreigners cross its own territory, responded with a corresponding suspicion. This story's own account of the eventual near war between the two Christian powers should make entirely understandable a mutual distrust that this same channel has already shown you on another night in this room would curdle into outright catastrophe only a few years later, when a very different crusading army sacked Constantinople itself rather than merely threatening it, and it was only after months of tense negotiation and a genuinely humiliating series of concessions from the badly frightened Isaac, who eventually agreed to provide the ships and the safe passage across the Bosphorus that Frederick's own army required. That open war between the two Christian empires was finally averted, and the crusading army was able, in the early spring months of 1190, to cross into Anatolia, and to begin the far more dangerous eastward march through territory that had, since the days of the First Crusade, come under the control of the Seljuk Turkish Sultanate of Rum. a last great victory on the road to Iconium. It is worth pausing before this story carries Frederick to his own final river, on the genuinely impressive military achievement that marked the closing weeks of his own life, because it deserves to be remembered on its own terms rather than only as a grim prelude to the accident that followed it. The march across the Anatolian plateau in the spring of 1190 proved every bit as brutal as Frederick's own bitter memories of the same terrain from the Second Crusade had warned him it would be, his own army harassed constantly by the fast-moving mounted archers of the Seljuk Turkish forces, suffering as crusading armies traversing this same country reliably did, from shortages of food and water, and from the sheer exhausting difficulty of maintaining any kind of organised march discipline across hostile and unfamiliar terrain. And by early May, with his own supplies running dangerously low, and the harassment of Turkish raiding parties growing steadily bolder, Frederick made the decision to march directly on Iconium, the Seljuk Sultanate's own capital city, in the calculated hope that seizing the city itself and the supplies it contained would resolve, in a single decisive stroke, the mounting logistical crisis threatening to unravel his entire expedition. On the 18th of May, 1190, outside the walls of Iconium, Frederick's own army, considerably reduced by weeks of hard marching and constant skirmishing, but still commanded with the same disciplined, methodical competence that had marked the whole of the expedition since it departed Germany, met and decisively defeated the main Seljuk force in a pitched battle fought largely by his own son Frederick of Swabia, while the aging emperor himself, by several accounts, commanded a separate detachment that stormed and captured the city itself, securing in the process the food and supplies the army so badly needed, a genuine and hard-won military triumph, arguably the single most complete tactical victory of Frederick's entire long military career, that briefly restored both the physical strength and the flagging morale of an army that had, by this point, marched more than 1,000 miles from home through increasingly hostile and increasingly exhausting country. It is worth remembering honestly, given everything the surviving chronicles have to say about Frederick's own advanced age at this point in the campaign, roughly 67 years old by the most reliable modern reckoning, that this same victory at Iconium stands as a genuinely remarkable achievement for a man leading an army in person across such punishing terrain at an age when most of his own medieval contemporaries, had they survived at all, would have long since retired from any form of active campaigning altogether. The Salef. Having secured Iconium and resupplied his own exhausted forces, Frederick led his army south through the Taurus Mountains and down into the region of Cilician Armenia, a friendly Christian kingdom whose own ruler had welcomed the crusading army as a genuine ally, and it was here, with the worst and most dangerous stretch of the entire overland march seemingly behind him, with his own army only a matter of weeks from the coastal ports of the Holy Land itself, and the long-delayed reckoning with Saladin, that the whole vast expedition had been organised to deliver, that the small, swift-running river called the Salef, a river that no chronicler on either side of this story had thought worth naming before that single morning, and that no army had thought worth fearing, brought the entire enterprise to an end. The accounts that survive from men who were present that day, or who heard the story within days from those who were, agree on the broad shape of what happened even where they disagree on its precise cause. The army, strung out along a narrow mountain track on the 10th of June, 1190, was crossing the river at a single narrow bridge, a crossing point far too slow and far too crowded for the pace an impatient old commander, so close now to his own long-awaited goal, was evidently willing to tolerate, and Frederick, whether to save time or to escape the crushing summer heat that several accounts specifically mention weighing on the army that day, or simply out of the same restless, decisive temperament that had carried him across 4 decades of German and Italian warfare, spurred his own horse into the river some distance from the bridge rather than wait his own turn in the crowded column. What happened in the water itself no single surviving account describes with full confidence. Some chroniclers suggest the current, stronger and colder than it appeared from the bank, simply swept the emperor from his own saddle. Others, and this is the theory, a considerable number of modern historians now find the more medically plausible of the two, suggest that Frederick, entering Cold Mountain runoff in full armour after a long hot ride, suffered what would today be recognised as a sudden cardiac event, and was already unconscious, or already dead, before his own body ever struck the water at all. It is worth stressing, honestly, that this same medical uncertainty can never now be resolved with any real confidence, because no examination of Frederick's own remains in any modern forensic sense was ever possible. His own body treated within days, according to the grim medieval practice this story is about to describe, and the surviving witnesses, writing in the genuine shock and genuine confusion of the hours immediately following the emperor's death, were considerably more concerned with conveying the sheer magnitude of the loss itself than with the kind of precise clinical detail a modern investigator would need to settle the question definitively, so that the two competing explanations, a current too strong for an old man in armour, or a heart that simply gave out before the water ever had the chance to matter, have coexisted, unresolved, for 8.5 centuries, and will very likely go on coexisting for as long as anyone continues telling this particular story at all. What is not disputed by any surviving source on either side of this entire story is the outcome. By the time Frederick's own attendants reached him, dragged him from a river that in most places along that stretch ran no more than a few feet deep, and carried his own body to the riverbank, the Holy Roman Emperor called Barbarossa, Red Beard, by the Italian subjects whose own cities he had spent 30 years fighting to master, was dead, in water shallow enough that a strong swimmer, on almost any other day of his own long and famously vigorous life, would very likely have simply stood up, dripping and cold and thoroughly irritated at the delay, and ridden on toward Jerusalem none the worse for the crossing at all. It is worth sitting once more with exactly how small this death actually was, set against everything else this story has told you across the whole of tonight, because that smallness is not an accident of storytelling. It is the plain, unadorned historical fact, and the shock it produced among the men who witnessed it, or who heard the news within hours as it swept back along the length of the crusading column, is recorded by nearly every surviving chronicler as a shock verging on genuine disbelief. An army that had just fought its way to a hard-won victory at Iconium, that had crossed more than 1,000 miles of hostile territory under the personal command of a monarch many of its own soldiers had followed for the whole of their own adult lives, finding itself, within the space of a single morning, suddenly and irrevocably leaderless, not through any enemy's sword, but through the ordinary indifferent physics of cold water and a tired old man's own impatience. It is worth naming, too, the small specific details several surviving accounts preserve about the immediate scene on the riverbank itself, physicians and attendants attempting in vain the kind of resuscitation medieval medicine was capable of offering. Prayers begun almost immediately by the clergy travelling with the army, and a silence, several chroniclers suggest, that spread backward along the length of the marching column with a speed that outpaced any formal messenger, soldiers registering from the stricken faces of the men ahead of them on the track that something had gone catastrophically wrong long before any official word of what exactly had happened ever reached their own ears, an image this story asks you to hold on to for a moment. 1,000-mile column of armed men, strung out along a mountain road in a foreign country, growing quiet, one cluster of soldiers at a time, as the news of an old man's death in an unremarkable river passed backward through their own ranks like a change in the weather, a body that could not simply be buried, and an army that came apart without him. It is worth dwelling on the strange, genuinely macabre, practical problem Frederick's own death created for the surviving leaders of his own expedition, because it says something quietly revealing about exactly how far medieval Christendom's own reach had come to extend, and exactly where that reach still ran up hard against its own physical limits. The dead emperor's own attendants determined that so great a monarch should be buried, as he himself had reportedly wished, in the Holy City. His entire expedition had been organised to help reclaim, resorted to a grim medieval practice, sometimes recorded by the Latin phrase mos teutonicus, the German custom, by which the flesh of a nobleman's corpse was boiled away from the bone in a cauldron of water and vinegar, allowing the considerably lighter and considerably more durable skeleton to be transported across the weeks or months a long journey home might require without succumbing entirely to ordinary decay. And Frederick's own body was treated in exactly this manner in the stifling heat of a Cilician summer, his flesh interred, according to the most reliable surviving accounts, at the great cathedral of Antioch, while his own bones, wrapped and carried onward with what remained of the crusading column, were intended to complete the journey all the way to Jerusalem itself. It is worth adding plainly that this final, intended resting place was never actually reached, because Jerusalem itself remained firmly in Saladin's own hands throughout the whole of the Third Crusade this channel has already told you about on another night in this room, and Frederick's own bones, carried onward by an army that was itself disintegrating with every mile it travelled, were finally interred instead at the great Cathedral of Tyre on the coast, still within reach of the diminishing Crusader-held territory, but a considerable distance short of the Holy City the entire expedition had set out to reclaim. And it is one of the genuinely strange footnotes of this whole long story that the exact final fate of those same bones remains, to this day, uncertain, the tomb at Tyre having been lost or destroyed amid the further wars and further sieges that would consume the Crusader states of the Levant across the following century, so that the mortal remains of one of the most powerful monarchs medieval Europe ever produced simply vanish, at this point, from the reliable historical record altogether, an emperor whose own carefully preserved bones set out to reach the most sacred city in the Christian world and instead disappeared somewhere along the Levantine coast, unmarked and unrecovered. The army Frederick left behind him fared, in the weeks that followed his own death, very nearly as badly as his own bones eventually did. It is worth recording honestly exactly how quickly and exactly how completely an army whose own cohesion had depended, more than any single supply line or any single tactical plan, on the personal authority and the personal reputation of the man now dead, came apart once that man was gone. A substantial portion of the German nobility accompanying the expedition, judging the crusade itself no longer worth the hardship without the emperor whose own personal command had justified undertaking it in the first place, simply turned back for home in the weeks following Frederick's death, and the diminished remnant that continued eastward passed into the command of Frederick's own son and namesake, Frederick, Duke of Swabia, the same young man who had led the decisive fighting at Iconium only weeks before, a capable enough commander by most surviving accounts, but one who inherited an army whose own morale, whose own supply situation, and whose own basic cohesion had all been badly, perhaps irreparably, damaged by the sudden loss of the one figure who had held the whole vast enterprise together. This same diminished force, continuing on by sea from the Cilician coast, rather than risk the remaining overland march, eventually reached the Crusader camp outside Acre, where the considerably larger armies of the kings of France and England, this same channel has already told you about on another night in this room, would arrive only months later to find the siege already well underway, but the young Duke Frederick's own contribution to that siege proved tragically brief. Disease, the same grim and largely unrecorded killer this channel has already shown you, across so many other nights in this room, claimed vastly more medieval soldiers than any single battle ever managed to, tore through the Crusader camp outside Acre's own walls, with the same terrible efficiency it had shown in so many other prolonged sieges this whole series has already told you about, and Frederick of Swabia, the son who had led his own father's army to its final victory at Iconium, and who had then shouldered the impossible task of holding together an expedition whose own soul had drowned in a Cilician river, died of illness at the siege of Acre in January of 1191, not yet 30 years old, a second and considerably less remembered death that brought the direct Hohenstaufen involvement in the great expedition Frederick Barbarossa had organised at the very end of his own extraordinarily long life to answer the fall of Jerusalem to its own quiet and largely unheralded close. It is worth naming too exactly how the news of Frederick's own death actually reached Germany, and exactly what it meant for the son who had, thanks to his own father's careful foresight at action 2 decades earlier, already been crowned King of the Romans and stood ready to assume the imperial title without any of the uncertainty that had once surrounded his own father's own accession. Word of the drowning at the Salef, carried by returning soldiers and by the formal messengers, any medieval court of this importance would have dispatched at the earliest possible opportunity, reached Henry and the wider German kingdom only some weeks after the event itself, in the high summer of 1190, and Henry, already the recognised King of the Romans, moved swiftly, and by every surviving account, entirely without the kind of succession crisis that had once opened the door to his own father's own rise, to secure his own position as the new and undisputed ruler of Germany, journeying to Italy within a matter of years to claim, through his own marriage to Constance of Sicily, the additional southern kingdom his own father's careful diplomacy had already arranged for him, so that the single institution Frederick had spent 38 years so carefully building passed, in the end, to the next generation with a smoothness that stood in genuinely striking and genuinely deliberate contrast to the chaos that had once nearly consumed the German kingdom in the vacuum left by Conrad's own less carefully planned death 4 decades before, the uncounted dead of a 30-year reign. It is worth pausing before this story turns toward the question of how Frederick Barbarossa came to be remembered, to do for the whole sweep of his own long career what this channel has learned, story after story, to try to do for every war and every siege it tells you about, and to set down honestly exactly how little of the true human cost of those 30 years the surviving chronicles ever bothered to record with any real care. The chroniclers of Frederick's own age, court poets and monastic annalists writing overwhelmingly for audiences composed of nobles and clergy, counted with real precision the number of princes present at the feast at Mainz, the number of antipopes Frederick maintained, the exact ceremonial details of the reconciliation at Venice, but they counted, with nothing approaching that same precision, the ordinary Milanese families scattered among 4 strange towns after their own city's demolition, the peasant farmers of Lombardy whose own fields were burned and whose own harvests were requisitioned to feed 6 separate invading armies across 3 decades of intermittent warfare, the common soldiers, German and Italian alike, who died not in the dramatic set-piece battles this story has spent tonight describing, but in the considerably less glamorous business of dysentery and malaria and simple starvation that accompanied every one of Frederick's own Italian campaigns, and the countless ordinary Anatolian villagers entirely uninvolved in any quarrel between emperor and sultan, whose own homes and whose own harvests were requisitioned or simply destroyed by a foraging army of many thousands of hungry men passing through territory that had done nothing to invite their arrival. It is worth observing, too, that even the figures the chroniclers themselves committed to parchment vary so wildly from source to source that modern historians treat almost none of them as reliable in any precise statistical sense. One chronicler's account of the siege of Milan describing tens of thousands driven from the city, another offering no figure at all, one estimate of Frederick's own crusading army running as high as 100,000 souls, another modern reconstruction working backward from the physical limits of what medieval roads and medieval supply trains could actually sustain across a march of this length, settling on a figure smaller by a factor of 5 or 6, a gap so wide that it says less about any of the specific individual numbers themselves than about how little precision medieval record-keeping was ever actually built to provide, especially where the ordinary and the poor, rather than the noble and the newsworthy, were the ones being counted, or, far more often, simply not counted at all. It is worth stressing, too, that this same pattern of selective counting extended even to the crusading army's own losses, because while the chronicles are reasonably precise about the death of the emperor himself, a death whose exact date and exact circumstances multiple independent sources took the trouble to record, they are considerably vaguer about the thousands of ordinary soldiers who died of disease and exhaustion across the whole of the march from Germany to Anatolia, and vaguer still about the fate of the many who simply turned back for home in the demoralised weeks following Frederick's own death, and who never appear again, one way or another, in any surviving record at all. Even among the handful of named German princes who accompanied the expedition, and whose own deaths, the chronicles did think worth recording individually, men whose own noble rank guaranteed them at least a passing mention, where an ordinary soldier received none. The causes given are scattered and often vague. Disease claiming several within weeks of the crossing into Anatolia, the punishing heat and the punishing shortage of clean water claiming others whose own names survive only as brief entries in a chronicler's own otherwise unremarked list of the campaign's noble casualties, a small, partial register of loss that stands even in its own limited way, as more than the ordinary soldier beside them ever received. Men who set out from villages across the German kingdom to answer what they understood as a sacred call, and who simply vanish, as so many ordinary participants in this entire long-running series of stories have vanished before them, into a historical silence that says considerably more about who medieval chroniclers considered worth writing about than about who actually bore the true cost of the events those chroniclers chose to record, what the chroniclers actually saw, and what they chose to leave out. It is worth dwelling, too, on the question of where the whole of tonight's story actually comes from, because the sources that preserve Frederick Barbarossa's own life for us were, almost without exception, written by men who owed their own positions, and very often their own personal advancement, to the same imperial court whose actions they were recording. It is worth naming, too, the specific eyewitness chronicle this story has already drawn on for its own account of the ordinary soldier's experience of the march east, traditionally attributed to a Bavarian chaplain named Ansper, who accompanied the crusading army in person, a source considerably closer to the ground than the grand courtly narratives this story has relied on for most of the rest of tonight's telling, though even Ansper's own account, precisely because he wrote as a participant with his own stake in how the expedition's ultimate failure would be remembered, shapes its own narrative with a clear eye toward explaining away the disaster that followed Frederick's own death as something other than simple, ordinary human panic and disorganization. Otto of Freising, Frederick's own uncle, and by a wide margin the single most valuable and most frequently cited source for the earlier portion of tonight's story, was a genuinely learned and genuinely thoughtful bishop, but he was also Frederick's own close relative, writing a chronicle explicitly commissioned to celebrate his own nephew's deeds and his own account of Frederick's early reign, left unfinished at Otto's own death in 1158 and completed by his own secretary Rohewin, reads, in a great many places, considerably more like a work of careful and deliberate imperial propaganda than like anything approaching disinterested history. The chroniclers of the Third Crusade itself, several of them clerics who accompanied the expedition in person and who wrote in its immediate aftermath, brought their own considerable biases as well, eager, in the case of several German sources, to present the whole disastrous collapse of Frederick's own army, following his death in the most favourable and the least embarrassing possible light, and eager, in the case of several sources sympathetic to the rival kings of France and England, to minimise the significance of the German expedition's own considerable early achievements, including the hard-won victory at Iconium, in favour of emphasising the eventual triumphs of their own preferred monarchs, once the Crusade's later chapters shifted decisively toward Richard the Lionheart's own considerably more famous exploits outside Acre and Jaffa. It is worth remembering honestly that nearly everything this story has told you tonight passes through the hands of men with a genuine stake in how Frederick Barbarossa would be remembered, and that the actual unfiltered experience of the ordinary Lombard peasant or the ordinary German foot soldier who lived through these same 30 years survives, if it survives at all, only in the faint and fragmentary traces that occasionally slip past the chronicler's own more deliberate silences. It is worth adding finally one further and genuinely important limitation of the whole documentary record this story has leaned on tonight, which is simply the question of literacy itself. The overwhelming majority of the people who actually lived through the events this story has described, the peasants whose harvest fed 6 separate invading armies, the common soldiers who filled the ranks at Legnano and at Iconium alike, the artisans and small merchants of Milan who rebuilt their own city twice within a single generation, could neither read nor write in any language at all, so that even where a specific individual's own experience might otherwise have been worth a chronicler's own attention, the basic mechanics of who actually held a pen in 12th century Europe meant that experience was never going to be recorded in that same individual's own words to begin with, a structural limitation this whole long-running series has already shown you. Story after story shapes not only what we know about the deep and distant past, but what kind of past it is even possible for a modern audience to recover at all, no matter how carefully a storyteller tonight might wish to listen for voices the surviving sources were simply never built to preserve. An empire without a capital. Before this story turns to the question of how Frederick Barbarossa came to be remembered across the 8.5 centuries since his own death, it is worth stepping back from the drama of sieges and coronations and battlefield reversals to describe something considerably less dramatic, but arguably more revealing of what it actually meant to rule the medieval German kingdom, because the Holy Roman Empire Frederick governed for 38 years possessed almost none of the fixed institutional apparatus that a modern reader instinctively associates with a functioning kingdom. There was no single capital city in the sense this story's own listeners would recognise, no permanent royal residence from which Frederick administered his own realm, through settled ministries and settled bureaucrats. It is worth recording too exactly how varied and how genuinely multilingual the realm Frederick's own itinerant court moved through actually was, because the empire he governed was never the ethnically or linguistically unified nation later German nationalism would eventually imagine it to have been. German-speaking Swabia and Saxony and Bavaria sat alongside French-speaking Burgundy, brought into the empire through Frederick's own marriage to Beatrice, alongside the Italian-speaking cities of Lombardy and Tuscany, whose own resistance occupied so much of tonight's story, alongside the considerably more distant and considerably more loosely governed Slavic-speaking kingdom of Bohemia, whose own Duke Vladislaus received from Frederick's own hand formal elevation to the rank of king in 1158 as a direct reward for military support during the Italian campaigns, and alongside the Slavic and Baltic borderlands where Henry the Lion's own Ostsiedlung was steadily pushing German settlement and German Christianity into territory that had, within living memory, belonged entirely to pagan Slavic and Baltic peoples. a genuinely sprawling patchwork of languages, laws and customs held together by very little, beyond the itinerant person of the emperor himself and the loose, constantly renegotiated web of feudal obligation that this story has already shown you tonight, required Frederick's own near-constant personal presence, in one corner of the realm or another, simply to keep functioning at all. Instead, Frederick ruled through what historians now call itinerant kingship, travelling continuously, month after month and year after year, across an enormous and only loosely unified patchwork of duchies and bishoprics and free imperial cities, holding court wherever he happened to be, dispensing justice and receiving homage and settling disputes between quarrelling nobles in whichever castle or monastery or cathedral town his own restless progress had carried him to that particular season. An exhausting and almost ceaselessly demanding style of rule that required a physical stamina and a logistical sophistication that this story's own account of Frederick's later, aging crusade across Anatolia should make considerably easier to appreciate, because the man who died in the Salef River had, in a very real sense, spent nearly the whole of his own adult life in the saddle. It is worth naming, too, the specific administrative innovation Frederick relied upon most heavily to hold this sprawling, constantly shifting realm together, because it reveals a genuinely shrewd political mind at work beneath all the pageantry of feasts and coronations this story has already described tonight. Frederick drew, with increasing frequency across the middle decades of his own reign, on a distinctive class of administrators known as the ministeriales, men who were, by the strict letter of German feudal law, technically unfree, bound in a condition somewhere between outright serfdom and full noble status, but who served the emperor's knights, castellans, and household officials precisely because their own legal dependence on imperial favour made them, in a political culture otherwise dominated by proud and often unreliable hereditary nobles jealously guarding their own independent power, considerably more reliably loyal servants of the crown than any comparably placed free nobleman was ever likely to be, a class of men who owed everything they possessed to Frederick's own continued goodwill, and who had, as a direct consequence, every practical incentive to serve that goodwill faithfully, a genuinely elegant solution to the perennial problem. This channel has already shown you, on other nights in this room, bedevilled nearly every medieval monarch who ever tried to govern a kingdom built from theoretically subordinate but practically independent-minded nobles. It is worth observing too the small but genuinely important administrative office that made it possible for this story to be told at all with any real documentary confidence: the Imperial Chancery, a travelling writing office staffed by trained clerics who moved with the emperor's own itinerant court, and who drafted, copied, and preserved the formal charters, letters, and legal judgments through which Frederick's own government actually functioned, a body of documentary evidence that survives today in considerably greater volume and considerably greater reliability than the more colourful narrative chronicles this story has drawn on for most of its own dramatic set pieces, because a charter confirming a monastery's own land rights or recording the settlement of a specific legal dispute carries a kind of plain, dry, contemporary reliability that a court poet's own celebratory verse can never quite match, and it is chiefly through this same unglamorous but genuinely invaluable archive of surviving charters, considerably more than through any single dramatic chronicle account, that modern historians have been able to reconstruct the actual day-to-day mechanics of how Frederick governed an empire he was, at any given moment, more likely to be riding through than sitting still atop. It is worth pausing too to name the thesis this whole long story has been quietly building toward across the whole of tonight's telling, because it deserves to be said plainly rather than left only to be inferred. Power of the kind Frederick spent 38 years accumulating was never, in the end, secured by any single battle or any single treaty, but by an accumulated pattern of decisions made and remade across decades. Patience exercised where patience served him, cruelty exercised where cruelty served him just as well, and a genuine, rare willingness to abandon a losing position and rebuild from whatever ground remained, rather than to keep fighting a battle already lost. A pattern this story has shown you at work in a teenage go-between reconciling warring uncles, in a humbled emperor reconciling with the very pope and the very cities that had just broken him at Legnano, and in a patient, methodical cousin who waited years to collect a debt of loyalty he never forgot was owed him. And it is worth stressing, honestly, that this same pattern offers no simple moral lesson at all, no tidy assurance that patience and reconciliation always triumph over pride and violence, because the very same man who mastered that pattern for 38 years abandoned it. In the end, at a shallow river crossing he had no genuine need to rush, and died for exactly the kind of impatience his own life's work had otherwise spent 4 decades so carefully avoiding. It is worth naming, too, the specific recurring ceremonial occasions around which this constantly moving court organised its own year, because they gave a genuinely chaotic, itinerant existence at least the outward shape of a predictable rhythm. Frederick, like the German kings before him, generally kept the great feasts of the Christian liturgical calendar, above all Christmas, Easter and Pentecost, as occasions for holding a Hoftag, a formal royal court and assembly, at whichever city or palace his own progress happened to have brought him to that season, gatherings that combined religious ceremony, the emperor's own formal crown-wearing before his assembled nobility, the hearing of legal disputes and petitions brought from across the breadth of the realm, and often, as this story has already shown you tonight with the Pentecost feast at Mainz, genuinely spectacular courtly entertainment, so that an ordinary nobleman's own sense of the passing year, and an ordinary chronicler's own sense of how to organise a narrative of the emperor's own reign, tended to move from one of these great seasonal assemblies to the next, rather than through any of the more familiar administrative or fiscal calendars a modern reader might instinctively expect a functioning medieval government to keep. It is worth adding as well the specific legal reform for which Frederick's own domestic German rule is most consistently praised by modern historians, because it addressed a problem that had shaped, in the most direct and most personal possible way, the whole of his own childhood. The endless low-grade private warfare between rival noble families, the same kind of feud that had once seen his own Hohenstaufen and Welf relatives burning each other's estates across the better part of 2 decades, remained a chronic and genuinely destructive feature of German political life throughout the medieval period, and Frederick, across several formal assemblies held at various points in his own reign, issued and progressively strengthened a body of legislation known as the Landfrieden, the public peace, which sought to limit the circumstances under which a nobleman could legitimately wage private war against a rival, to establish fixed periods of truce, and to provide formal mechanisms of arbitration through the emperor's own court as an alternative to the sword, legislation that was never fully or evenly enforced across the whole of so vast and so decentralised a realm, but that represented, by the honest assessment of nearly every serious modern historian of the period, a genuine and a genuinely consequential attempt to impose something resembling the rule of law over a political culture that had, for generations before Frederick's own reign, largely lacked one. It is worth recording, too, briefly, the formal structure of the empire Frederick governed, because it would go on to matter enormously to the whole of German history for centuries after his own death, though its most famous specific feature had not yet fully crystallised in Frederick's own day. The right to elect the German king, the essential first step toward any eventual imperial coronation rested with a body of the kingdom's most powerful ecclesiastical and secular princes, a group of electors whose exact composition and exact number would not be formally fixed into the specific College of Seven. This channel could, on some other night, tell you a great deal more about until more than a century and a half after Frederick's own death, but whose basic underlying principle, that the German king was chosen rather than simply inherited by strict right of blood, shaped every single major decision this story has already described tonight, from Conrad's own deliberate decision to recommend his young nephew over his own infant son, to the very real and very present danger throughout Frederick's own reign that a sufficiently alienated coalition of princes might simply elect a rival candidate to replace him, a danger considerably more concrete and considerably more dangerous than anything a hereditary monarch in the more centralised kingdoms of France or England, that this channel has already told you about on other nights in this room, generally had to fear from his own restless nobility. Stone left behind by a man who never stayed anywhere long, it is worth naming briefly the physical, tangible legacy of Frederick's own itinerant style of rule that still survives, in fragmentary form, across the German landscape today, because a monarch who spent so much of his own reign travelling nonetheless left behind a considerable programme of castle and palace construction, intended to give his own constant progress through the realm a network of suitably impressive way stations. The great imperial palace complex at Gelnhausen, begun under Frederick's own direction in the early years of his reign, specifically to host the kind of great assemblies this story has already described tonight, and a similarly ambitious rebuilding of the imperial castle at Nuremberg, count among the more substantial surviving examples of a building programme that stretched across dozens of sites throughout the German lands, constructed and maintained by local lords and local towns obligated, under the ordinary terms of medieval feudal service, to provide suitable lodging and suitable provisions whenever the emperor's own unpredictable itinerary happened to bring his considerable travelling household to their own doorstep. A logistical burden. This story's own earlier account of itinerant kingship should make it easier to appreciate, and one that fell, in the end, on exactly the same ordinary German subjects whose own taxes and whose own requisitioned harvests financed so much of the rest of Frederick's own reign. It is worth observing, too, that Frederick's own court cultivated a genuine, and by the standards of the age a genuinely sophisticated literary culture, alongside its considerable military and administrative business. His own Chancellor Reinald of Dassel, the same fierce cleric who had nearly drawn his sword against the papal legates at Besançon, was also a notable patron of Latin poetry, and the court around him produced and preserved verse, some of it composed by an anonymous poet remembered to later scholars only by the nickname the Arch-Poet, whose own surviving work stands among the liveliest and most irreverent Latin poetry produced anywhere in 12th century Europe, a reminder worth holding alongside everything else this story has told you tonight about sieges and schisms and razed cities, that Frederick's own court was also, for those fortunate enough to enjoy its patronage, a genuine centre of wit, learning, and literary ambition. A kingship considerably more precarious than it looked from a throne. It is worth dwelling briefly to set this same elective, itinerant German kingship against the very different model of royal authority this channel has already described on other nights in this room, at work in the considerably more centralised kingdoms of France and England across these same decades, because the contrast helps explain a great deal about why Frederick governed the way he did. In England, the Plantagenet King Henry II, a contemporary and, for a time, a genuine diplomatic correspondent of Frederick's own, ruled a kingdom that had already developed, by the standards of the age, a genuinely sophisticated centralised system of royal courts and royal revenue collection, a hereditary crown passing, at least in ordinary circumstances, from father to son without the constant unsettling possibility that a coalition of discontented nobles might simply elect a different candidate altogether. In France, the Capetian kings whose own domain Frederick's court considered for much of this period a comparatively modest and comparatively unthreatening neighbour, likewise inherited their own crown by direct hereditary right. However limited their own practical authority still remained over their own great feudal vassals. Frederick alone, among the three most powerful Christian monarchs of his own age, held a crown that depended at every single generational transition on the continued willingness of a body of proud, independent-minded princes to actually elect his own chosen successor, a structural vulnerability. This story has already shown you tonight shaped everything from the careful, patient diplomacy of Frederick's own youth to the lavish, deliberately persuasive spectacle of the feast at Mainz, staged in no small part to secure, through sheer overwhelming display, the same prince's own continued willingness to accept Henry as the next wearer of a crown that no accident of simple birth could ever, by itself, guarantee him. The Empress, and a court built as much on marriage as on the sword. It is worth returning now to the more intimate and more domestic dimension of Frederick's own life, because the constant grinding demands of Italian warfare and German administration that have occupied most of tonight's telling should not obscure the genuinely substantial role his own wife Beatrice played across nearly 3 decades at the very centre of his own court. Beatrice of Burgundy, married to Frederick in 1156 while still in her mid-teens, proved, across the following 28 years, until her own death in November of 1184, some 5 years before her husband's own final departure for the Third Crusade, to be considerably more than the passive dynastic asset her own marriage contract had originally envisioned her as. Several surviving charters and several surviving contemporary accounts describe Beatrice presiding over her own separate court, exercising genuine influence in matters of patronage, and, on at least a few well-documented occasions, in matters of genuine political consequence. And it is worth remembering too that Beatrice accompanied her own husband on several of his Italian campaigns, rather than remaining safely behind in Germany, present, by several accounts, in Italy, during some of the tensest and most dangerous years of the long war against the Lombard cities, and it was Beatrice's own court, waiting anxiously in the days immediately following Legnano for word of her own husband's fate, that Frederick finally reached, battered and humbled, several days after the battle, in a reunion this story has already touched on tonight. But that deserves to be remembered too, as a moment of genuine and evidently profound personal relief, rather than merely a footnote to a military catastrophe. It is worth stressing, honestly, how much of the ordinary female experience of this entire 38-year story simply does not survive at all, because Beatrice herself, however genuinely well documented by the standards of medieval queenship, remains the overwhelming exception rather than the rule in a story told almost entirely through the words of male chroniclers writing for male patrons about the deeds of male kings and male soldiers, the wives and daughters and mothers of the ordinary Milanese families scattered across 4 strange towns after their own city's destruction, the wives of the common soldiers who died of dysentery outside Rome in the plague of 1167, the women of Cilician Armenia and Anatolia, whose own homes fed and sheltered, willingly or otherwise, an army of many thousands of foreign men passing through their own countryside on the road to Iconium, left behind, so far as the surviving record allows this channel to discover, no name, no letter, no fragment of testimony of their own at all, an absence this whole series has already taught you, story after story, not to read, as evidence that these women's own experience of this history mattered any less than Beatrice's own considerably better documented one, but only as evidence, once again, of exactly whose voices medieval record-keeping considered worth preserving for a night like this one to eventually recover. It is worth naming, too, that even the aristocratic women whose own names do survive across the whole of this story, Beatrice foremost among them, but Adelaide of Vohburg and Fulvia's own considerably later German counterparts as well, come down to this story chiefly through the eyes of male chroniclers describing what these women meant for the men around them, a wife's own genuine political influence, a discarded first wife's own quiet disappearance from the record, rather than through anything resembling their own directly preserved voice or their own directly preserved testimony, so that even Beatrice, the single best documented woman in the whole of tonight's telling, remains, in the end, a figure this story can describe only from the outside. Her own private thoughts on 38 years of marriage to one of the most demanding and most consequential men of his own age surviving nowhere at all in her own words. It is worth adding, too, the sheer scale of the family this marriage eventually produced, because the children of Frederick and Beatrice would go on to shape the whole of the following half-century of European history in ways their own father could not have fully anticipated, even at the height of his own considerable ambition. Of the roughly 11 children the marriage produced across its own 28 years, several died in infancy or early childhood, an ordinary and an ordinarily unremarked upon tragedy of medieval family life. This channel has already shown you, on other nights in this room, touched even the grandest and best resourced royal households of the age, but several others survived to adulthood and to genuine historical consequence of their own. Henry, the eldest surviving son, already crowned King of the Romans in his own father's lifetime and destined to succeed Frederick as Holy Roman Emperor, would go on, in the years following his own father's death, to conquer the wealthy kingdom of Sicily through his own marriage to its Norman heiress, uniting for a time German imperial power with the rich Mediterranean kingdom in a combination that would eventually produce, through Henry's own son, the singularly remarkable Emperor Frederick II, a grandson whose own later legend, this story will show you shortly, would become genuinely and lastingly entangled with his own grandfather's memory in the popular imagination of later German generations. Philip, a younger son, would himself eventually claim the German throne amid the chaos of a contested succession following Henry's own early death, and among the marriages Frederick arranged for his own numerous daughters, several bound the Hohenstaufen dynasty still further into the wider fabric of European royal and princely houses, unions. This story has no room to trace individually tonight, but that meant, by the final years of Frederick's own reign, that kinship of one degree or another connected the Hohenstaufen family to a great many of the ruling houses of France, Hungary, and the Byzantine world alike. And it is worth recording, honestly, that the dynasty Frederick spent 38 years so carefully building and so carefully defending would not, in the end, survive very much longer than his own direct grandchildren. The Hohenstaufen line extinguished entirely within 70 years of Frederick's own death in a final bitter conflict with the papacy that this channel could, on some future night, tell you the whole of in far greater and far darker detail than tonight's story has any room left to give it. A beard the colour of red earth, and two very different ways of remembering the same man. It is worth pausing here on the single physical detail that has attached itself to Frederick more permanently and more universally than any of his own 38 years of political achievement, because the name history remembers him by was never one he chose or used for himself at all. The German sources of Frederick's own lifetime called him simply Frederick, or, when a distinguishing epithet was needed, Frederick the Elder or Frederick I, but it was his own Italian subjects and Italian enemies, the citizens of the very Lombard cities whose own resistance occupied so much of tonight's story, who first began calling him Barbarossa, Redbeard, a nickname that referred, with the plain, unsentimental directness, Italian communal culture of this period seems to have favoured for its enemies. To the reddish-gold beard the emperor is consistently described as wearing across nearly every surviving physical description of him, most notably in the detailed portrait his own uncle Otto of Freising included in his own chronicle, describing a man of middling height, broad-shouldered and physically vigorous, well into what medieval standards would have considered genuine old age, with fair, slightly reddish hair and a beard to match, bright eyes, and a bearing that Otto, whatever his own family bias, describes as combining a genuine natural dignity with an equally genuine and evidently disarming personal charm in more intimate settings. It is worth naming too that Otto's own portrait describes a man whose own physical vigour remained remarkable, well past the point at which most of his own contemporaries would already have been considered old, a detail that becomes considerably easier to credit once this story has already shown you an emperor in his mid-60s personally storming the walls of Iconium and leading his own army across the Taurus Mountains. And it is worth remembering that whatever exact combination of red gold hair and disarming charm and genuine physical stamina the real Frederick actually possessed, it is this same composite image, dignified, vigorous, and just approachable enough to be loved as well as feared, that both the Italian cities who feared him and the German princes who followed him seem to have carried away from their own encounters with the man two audiences reading two very different meanings into the very same red beard. It's worth observing honestly exactly how differently this same red-bearded man came to be remembered on the two sides of the Alps whose own long and often bloody argument occupied the greater part of his own reign. In Italy, and above all in the collective memory of Milan and the other Lombard cities, whose own communal governments Frederick had spent 30 years trying to subordinate, Barbarossa endured, for centuries afterward, chiefly as a figure of imperial tyranny successfully resisted, a cautionary tale about the dangers of foreign domination, and a foundational moment of civic pride in exactly the kind of communal self-government the Peace of Constance had ultimately preserved, his own name invoked across later centuries of Italian political rhetoric, as shorthand for exactly the sort of overreaching external authority that a free Italian city ought to unite against, an association that would resurface. This story could tell you on some other night in considerably more detail, in the political language of Italian nationalism itself many centuries later. It is worth stressing too a specific and considerably more hostile Italian chronicler, whose own account stands as a useful counterweight to Otto, of Freising's own admiring family-loyal German portrait, an Italian notary named Otto Morena, who wrote a detailed and largely contemporary account of Frederick's own early Italian campaigns from a distinctly Lombard vantage point, a source that, while not without its own biases in the opposite direction, preserves considerably more of the everyday texture of siege and occupation from the perspective of the besieged rather than the besieger, than the more famous imperial chronicles this story has otherwise relied on, and reading the two accounts together, Otto of Freising's nephew's eye celebration of a beloved emperor's rise, and Otto Morena's own considerably more wary Lombard chronicle of the same events, gives this whole story something closer to the genuine stereoscopic view of Frederick's own reign that neither source, taken entirely on its own, could ever quite provide by itself. In Germany, by sharp contrast, Frederick's own memory underwent, across the same centuries, an almost entirely opposite transformation, remembered not as a defeated tyrant, but as the last great emperor of a genuinely unified and genuinely powerful medieval German realm, a golden age of imperial splendour that the fragmented, endlessly quarrelsome patchwork of small German states that followed the collapse of Hohenstaufen power seemed, to later generations looking backward with real and growing nostalgia, to have lost and never quite recovered. Ordinary voices from the long march east. It is worth naming honestly before this story turns toward the legend Frederick's death eventually produced, that the great crusading expedition this story has already carried you across the length of Anatolia was not experienced, by the overwhelming majority of the men who marched in it, anything like the way the court chroniclers who wrote its history experienced it from the comfortable remove of a monastery scriptorium back in Germany. One anonymous eyewitness account, composed by a cleric who marched with the army itself, and whose own work survives to us as one of the single most valuable and most vividly detailed sources for the entire expedition, describes, in passages considerably more immediate and considerably less polished than the formal court chronicles this story is drawn on for so much of tonight's telling, the genuine daily suffering of an army, many thousand strong crossing hostile Anatolian terrain in the full heat of a Mediterranean summer, soldiers reduced to drinking foul or brackish water when clean sources could not be found, horses and pack animals dying by the hundreds along the roadside from exhaustion and thirst, the constant grinding psychological strain of Turkish raiding parties who struck at stragglers and foraging parties without ever offering the kind of decisive pitched battle that might have settled the danger one way or the other, and a hunger in the weeks before the capture of Iconium finally replenished the army's own dwindling supplies, genuinely severe enough that this same eyewitness describes ordinary soldiers reduced to eating the flesh of their own dead pack animals simply to survive the day's march. It is worth remembering too that this same anonymous chronicler describes the shock of Frederick's own death in terms that read, even across 8.5 centuries, as something considerably raw and considerably more immediate than the more measured and more theologically framed grief of the official court chronicles, an eyewitness account of men who had marched 1,000 miles under one ageing monarch's own personal leadership, and who found themselves, within the space of a single terrible morning, suddenly and disorientingly without him. It is worth adding, too, that Frederick's own physical image survives to us today, chiefly through sources that were never intended as anything resembling a faithful portrait in the modern sense. His own likeness stamped onto imperial seals affixed to surviving charters, sketched with varying degrees of skill into the margins, and initial letters of illuminated chronicle manuscripts produced decades or even centuries after his own death. And, in one particularly striking and much later survival, cast in gilded bronze as a reliquary bust commissioned for Aachen Cathedral in the 12th century itself, a stylized, formal image intended to project imperial majesty rather than to record any individual's own actual features, so that the plain, practical truth of what Frederick Barbarossa genuinely looked like, beyond the broad outlines Otto of Friesing's own written description preserves, remains, like so much else in this story, considerably less certain than the confident visual imagination of the later centuries has generally been willing to admit, uncertain whether to press on toward a goal that no longer had its own organising purpose, or to simply turn for home. A question this story has already shown you tonight the great majority of the army eventually answered by choosing the second option. It is one of the genuine and enduring gifts of this particular eyewitness source, among the relatively few sources for this entire period written by a man who was not himself a great prince or a great bishop, but an ordinary cleric sharing, in every practical respect, the same hardships as the common soldiers around him, that it lets this story reach, if only briefly and only partially, past the polished imperial propaganda of Otto of Freising and the other court chroniclers, into something considerably closer to what the actual experience of Frederick's own final campaign genuinely felt like from inside the marching column itself. A river that could have been crossed on any other day. It is worth dwelling, before this story carries you toward the strange and enduring afterlife of Frederick's own legend, on the sheer, aching, contingency of the moment that actually ended his life, because it is one of the more genuinely unsettling truths this whole long-running series keeps circling back to, story after story, that the hinge on which an entire vast historical enterprise turns is so very often something almost embarrassingly small, and almost entirely a matter of chance rather than of any grand design on either side. Had Frederick waited his own turn at the crowded bridge on the 10th of June, as the great majority of his own army was patiently doing at that very moment, he would very likely have crossed the Selef in perfect safety, continued on to the coast, and quite possibly lived to see the walls of Acre, and even, conceivably, to negotiate some kind of settlement with Saladin himself that might have reshaped the whole of the Third Crusade's own subsequent course in ways this story cannot begin to guess at. Had the day been a few degrees cooler, or had the Emperor's own armour been a few pounds lighter, or had a single attendant ridden close enough at his own side to catch him in the instant the current or the sudden weight of his own failing heart first pulled him from the saddle, the same overwhelming weight of individual unrepeatable chance that this channel has already shown you on other nights in this room so often decides the actual course of history, considerably more than any king's own careful planning ever does, might have produced an entirely different final chapter to this whole long story altogether. It is worth recording, honestly, too, the considerably larger counterfactual, this same small contingent death sets hanging over the whole of the rest of the Third Crusade, this channel has already told you about on another night in this room, because the crusade that actually unfolded after Frederick's own death, the long and only partially successful campaign fought by Richard the Lionheart, and for a time by Philip of France, secured the recapture of the coastal city of Acre and a handful of other coastal strongholds, and negotiated in the end a truce with Saladin that left Jerusalem itself in Muslim hands, a genuinely important but genuinely limited achievement set against the Crusade's own original grander ambitions, and it is worth wondering, honestly, whether an army the size Frederick had actually assembled, arriving intact and at full strength under the personal command of a monarch whose own hard-won experience of exactly this kind of campaign stretched back 4 decades, might have tipped that same delicate balance decisively enough to reach Jerusalem itself? A question this story cannot answer with any confidence at all, because the whole of that possibility drowned on a single ordinary morning in a river most of Frederick's own soldiers had never heard of before that day, and would spend the rest of their own lives remembering. It is worth naming, too, the parallel and equally consequential moment of chance and choice this story has already asked you to sit with tonight, the day Henry the Lion turned his own considerable army north rather than south toward Legnano, because it belongs to exactly the same pattern, an entire empire's own fortunes resting, in the end, not on any inevitable clash of grand historical forces, but on the specific personal decision of one specific man on one specific day, weighing his own immediate interests against a cousin's urgent need in a moment neither of them could have fully understood at the time would go on to be remembered by historians writing 8.5 centuries later as one of the genuine turning points of medieval European history. It is tempting, looking backward across the whole safe distance of this story's own vantage point tonight, to treat Frederick Barbarossa's own life as though it moved along some single, coherent, inevitable arc from ambitious young king to humbled elder statesman to doomed crusader, and it is worth resisting that temptation because the actual lived texture of these 38 years, as this whole story has tried to show you tonight, was considerably messier, considerably more contingent, and considerably more subject to the ordinary indifferent workings of chance than any tidy narrative arc could ever fully capture. It is worth observing, honestly, that this same resistance to tidy narrative arcs is very nearly the only lesson this whole long-running series has ever consistently tried to teach, across every single one of its own long nights together, that the past, examined closely enough and honestly enough, almost never arranges itself into the clean moral shape a storyteller might wish to impose on it after the fact, and that the genuine, difficult work of telling a life like Frederick Barbarossa's own honestly means resisting, again and again, the pull toward exactly that kind of false tidiness, even when, as tonight, the story's own final chapter arrives so neatly and so almost unbearably fittingly in the form of a patient man's single, uncharacteristic act of impatience. Let us walk back for a moment through the whole of the road that carried a boy born into two warring families to a shallow river in Cilicia, because it is worth holding the entire shape of this long life in view all at once before this story lets it go. There was the infant born in the middle of a civil war between his own father's house and his own mother's house, a war neither side could quite win, and neither side could quite abandon. There was the young duke who spent his own 20s serving as the one trusted go-between capable of speaking for both warring families at once, and who survived, at his own uncle's side, the catastrophic failure of the Second Crusade in the deserts outside Damascus. There was the 30-year-old king, elected over a dying uncle's own infant son precisely because the German princes judged a peacemaker more valuable, in that particular moment, than a hereditary heir. There was the newly crowned emperor, humiliated by a stirrup and nearly driven from Rome by its own furious citizens within hours of his own coronation. There was the confident, uncompromising sovereign of Roncaglia, certain that ancient Roman law entitled him to rights the Lombard cities had spent a century quietly building for themselves. There was the conqueror who reduced Milan to rubble and scattered its own people among strangers, and the schismatic emperor who propped up 3 rival popes for 18 years to keep one legitimate pontiff in exile. There was the broken commander of Legnano, unhorsed and unaccounted for, feared dead by his own officials, who found his way home to a wife who had genuinely feared herself widowed. There was the reconciled statesman of Venice and Constance, who gave back with one hand nearly everything the sword had failed to hold with the other, and the cold, patient rival who spent years dismantling a cousin's entire territorial inheritance the moment that cousin's loyalty had proven negotiable. There was the ageing host of the feast at Mainz, presiding over the full splendour of a restored and forgiven empire, and there was, at the very end of all of it, an old man of 67, impatient at a crowded bridge, who spurred his own horse into a river he had no particular reason to fear, and did not come out the other side. It is worth stressing, honestly, that no single word, tyrant or statesman, conqueror or peacemaker sits comfortably over the whole of that walk. Frederick Barbarossa was, across the whole of his own 38-year reign, both the man who ordered a great city into rubble, and the man who spent the rest of his life demonstrating, again and again, a genuine talent for making peace with the very enemies his own ambition had created, and it is that same unresolved doubleness, considerably more than any single dramatic episode this story has told you tonight, that appears to have made him, in the centuries after his own death, exactly the kind of figure a nation in search of its own usable past could reshape almost endlessly to fit whatever story it most needed to tell about itself. The emperor who would not stay dead. It is worth turning now to the strange and genuinely enduring legend that grew up around Frederick's own memory in the German lands in the centuries following his death, because it says a great deal less about the actual historical man this story has spent tonight describing than it does about what later generations of ordinary German people needed him to become. Sometime in the later medieval period, a folk tradition took root, most strongly associated with a range of low, wooded hills in central Germany called the Kyffhäuser, that Frederick Barbarossa had never actually died at all, that he sat instead in an enchanted sleep in a hidden chamber deep beneath the mountain, seated at a great stone table around which his own red beard had grown over the centuries, so long that it had wound itself entirely around the table's own edge, attended by ravens that circled the hill above, and that the sleeping emperor would one day wake, gather his own knights, and return to restore the German lands to the greatness and the unity his own reign had once represented. It is worth naming honestly exactly how strange it is that this particular legend attached itself to Frederick Barbarossa at all, because the emperor who actually drowned in a river in distant Silesia while leading a crusade had, by any sober historical measure, presided over a German kingdom that remained, for the whole of his own reign and for centuries afterward, a genuinely fragmented patchwork of semi-independent duchies and free cities and prince-bishoprics, rather than anything resembling the unified nation the sleeping emperor legend imagined him one day restoring, and several modern historians of the legend's own development have suggested, with real plausibility, that the story as it eventually crystallized actually began as a folk memory attached to Frederick's own grandson and namesake, the considerably more controversial Emperor Frederick II, a ruler whose own final years were consumed by a bitter and ultimately unresolved war against the papacy, and whose own death, in 1350, left behind exactly the kind of unfinished, unsettled political business that a legend of eventual return might plausibly have grown up to answer before popular memory, over the centuries that followed, gradually conflated grandfather and grandson into a single, composite sleeping emperor, absorbing along the way, several folklorists have further suggested, older and considerably more ancient Germanic traditions of a sleeping king or a sleeping god hidden within a mountain, a folk motif that recurs across a great many pre-Christian and early medieval Germanic legends this channel could, on some other night, tell you a good deal more about, so that Frederick's own specific historical memory came to inherit, layered on top of his own actual documented life, a whole older and considerably more mythic architecture of buried kings and mountain-sealed destinies that had almost certainly existed in the German folk imagination long before any actual Hohenstaufen emperor ever gave it a name and a face to attach itself to. The considerably more famous and considerably more militarily glorious Barbarossa, absorbing, in the popular imagination, a legend that may have originally belonged to a rather different and rather more tragic Hohenstaufen ruler. Whatever its true origin, the Kyffhäuser legend survived in scattered local form across the centuries of German political fragmentation that followed the Hohenstaufen dynasty's own final collapse, a small folk memory of a lost golden age kept alive chiefly in the oral tradition of the region immediately surrounding the Kyffhäuser hills themselves, and it might well have remained exactly that, a minor regional curiosity, had it not been rediscovered and dramatically amplified in the 19th century by a German nationalist movement searching, with real and often desperate urgency, for exactly the kind of unifying historical symbol that a genuinely unified German nation-state, not yet achieved, badly needed. German poets and writers of the Romantic era seized on the sleeping emperor beneath the Kyffhäuser as a ready-made emblem of a German unity their own century was actively fighting, through war and diplomacy alike, to bring into existence. And when a unified German empire was finally proclaimed in 1871, following the very different Prussian-led wars of unification, this channel could, on some other night, tell you the whole of in far greater detail. The new empire's own first emperor, Wilhelm I, found himself cast, almost immediately and almost inevitably, in the popular press and popular imagination of his own day, as a kind of living successor to the sleeping Barbarossa, the old legend's own promised return dressed up in the very real and very modern clothing of 19th century German nationalism. It is worth adding, plainly, the specific and genuinely monumental piece of stone and bronze that this same 19th century enthusiasm eventually produced, because it stands to this day as one of the more striking physical monuments to exactly how thoroughly a medieval emperor's own memory can be reshaped to serve the political needs of a considerably later age. In 1896, on the summit of the very Kyffhäuser Hill the legend had long associated with Frederick's own enchanted sleep, the newly unified German Empire dedicated an enormous monument, one of the largest of its kind ever constructed in Europe, depicting the sleeping Barbarossa himself, carved in stone, beginning to stir and wake beneath a colossal bronze equestrian statue of the more recently deceased Kaiser Wilhelm I, mounted triumphantly above him, a single physical structure explicitly and quite unsubtly designed to present the newly unified German Empire of the 1870s as the literal, long-awaited fulfillment of a medieval legend more than 7 centuries old. A piece of historical myth-making that Frederick Barbarossa himself, whatever his own considerable talent for political theatre, could scarcely have imagined his own memory being conscripted into so many centuries after his own bones were lost somewhere along the coast of the medieval Levant. It is worth recording too, and with considerably more discomfort, the final and darkest chapter of exactly how thoroughly Frederick's own name would go on being borrowed by later German history, because the same nationalist mythology the Kyffhäuser monument had helped crystallise did not end with the modest constitutional empire of Kaiser Wilhelm. In June of 1941, the Nazi regime that had seized and consolidated total power over Germany less than a decade earlier launched a massive, ultimately catastrophic invasion of the Soviet Union under the codename Operation Barbarossa, a deliberate and quite calculated invocation of the sleeping medieval emperor's own legendary promise of German restoration and German conquest, borrowed by a regime whose own actual campaign in the East would go on to produce, across the following 4 years, a scale of human death and human suffering that this channel could not, on any single night, ever fully or adequately describe. And it is worth naming, honestly and without flinching, that the same folk legend once told to comfort ordinary German villagers with the hope of a lost Golden Age's eventual return had been transformed, by the middle of the 20th century, into the operational code name for one of the most catastrophic and most murderous military campaigns in the whole of human history. A genuinely uncomfortable final destination for the memory of a medieval emperor who had, in his own actual lifetime, spent as much of his own considerable energy making peace with his own defeated enemies as he had spent conquering them in the first place. It is worth observing plainly that this same operation failed catastrophically and at an almost unimaginable human cost, and that no amount of medieval legend, however genuinely and however innocently it once comforted an earlier generation of ordinary German villagers with the promise of a lost Golden Age's eventual return, bears any actual responsibility for what a 20th century regime chose to do while flying its own borrowed name, a distinction this story asks you to hold on to carefully, because the sins of the men who invoked Frederick's own memory in 1941 belong entirely to those same men, and not to a red-bearded emperor who drowned in a shallow river more than 7.5 centuries before any of them were ever born, a rival he never lived to meet. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the single figure whose own presence hangs over the whole of the final chapter of this story without ever actually appearing in it, because Frederick Barbarossa and Saladin, the two most formidable military and political minds on their own respective sides of the entire Third Crusade, never met, never corresponded directly so far as any surviving record shows, and never tested their own considerable reputations against one another in the field at all. It is one of the genuine and enduring what-ifs of this whole long medieval story that the Crusade organised specifically to answer Saladin's own conquest of Jerusalem was led, on its western side, by a monarch who died in a shallow river more than 1,000 miles from the nearest battlefield, where the two men's armies might conceivably have met, leaving that final reckoning to fall instead to Richard the Lionheart, a monarch this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, arrived at Acre to find the siege already well underway. The German contribution to the Crusade already reduced to a dwindling remnant, and the great emperor whose own name had done so much to rally Christian Europe to the Crusade's cause, already dead and buried in stages along the Levantine coast. It is worth stressing too, exactly what set Frederick apart from the long line of German emperors who had worn the same crown before him, because the office itself was nearly 4 centuries old by the time it passed to him, stretching back through Otto I's own revival of Charlemagne's title in 962, through the Salian emperors whose own catastrophic quarrel with the papacy during the investiture controversy this story has already touched on tonight, had left the imperial office itself badly weakened and badly discredited by the time of Frederick's own birth, and it was precisely that inheritance of diminished imperial prestige, considerably more than any sudden new ambition of his own invention, that Frederick spent the whole of his own reign working to reverse, restoring, through patient alliance building, careful legal argument, and, where those failed, outright military force, an imperial authority that had been trending steadily downward for the better part of a century before he ever took the throne, so that the genuinely remarkable scale of Frederick's own achievement, judged fairly against the considerably diminished office he actually inherited in 1152, looks less like the invention of something entirely new than like the deliberate, decades-long restoration of something his own predecessors had allowed to fall into real and genuine disrepair. It is worth naming too exactly how Saladin's own court appears to have received the news of Frederick's death once it finally reached them, because several Arabic chroniclers writing in Saladin's own service record the Sultan's own advisors greeting the news with an unmistakable and, by their own account, an entirely justified sense of relief. The German army had been, by a wide margin, the largest, the best organised and the most experienced single force marching against Saladin's own considerably smaller and considerably more exhausted kingdom, and its effective collapse in the weeks following Frederick's own death removed, at a single stroke, the single most formidable component of the entire crusading effort, leaving Saladin free to concentrate the whole of his own attention on the still dangerous but considerably more manageable threat posed by the more slowly assembling forces of Richard and Philip, a piece of enemy testimony that stands, in its own way, as a genuinely striking tribute to exactly how much Frederick's own decades of hard-won military reputation had actually been worth, right up until the moment a shallow river took it from him in a single ordinary morning. It is worth adding too how the news of Frederick's own death rippled outward across the whole of Christian Europe, once it finally reached the various royal courts that had watched his own crusade depart with such high hopes only the year before. The kings of France and England, already preparing their own considerably delayed departures for the same crusade, receiving the news as a genuine strategic setback that made the eventual success of their own considerably smaller combined effort look, in the estimation of several contemporary observers, correspondingly less certain, while in Constantinople the same anxious Byzantine Emperor Isaac Angelos, whose own secret dealings with Saladin had so nearly provoked open war with Frederick's own army the year before, is recorded by several chroniclers as receiving the news with an entirely unconcealed relief of his own. The immediate threat of vast foreign army passing through his own capital had posed to his own uneasy throne evaporating in a single stroke, along with the emperor who had marched it there. It is worth recording, too, the small and genuinely striking piece of etymology that ties Frederick's own imperial title back to a story this channel has already told you in considerable detail on another night in this room, because the German word Kaiser, the very title Frederick himself bore, and that every Holy Roman Emperor after him would go on bearing for the following 6 centuries, descends in an unbroken linguistic line from the Latin name Caesar, the same family name this channel's own account of the rise of Augustus showed you being adopted, fought over, and eventually transformed into a formal imperial title by a teenage grandnephew standing on the shores of the Adriatic more than 1,000 years before Frederick himself was born. A single word that carried the memory of Rome's own first emperors all the way down through Charlemagne's coronation in the year 800, through Otto I's own revival of that same imperial title in the year 962, and into the mouth of every German prince who addressed Frederick Barbarossa himself as Kaiser, across the whole of his own 38-year reign, a linguistic thread stretching, unbroken, from a murdered dictator's own adopted heir in ancient Rome to a red-bearded emperor drowning in a Cilician river more than 12 centuries later. It is worth naming finally exactly how long the political structure Frederick spent his own entire reign defending and elaborating actually managed to survive him, because the answer is considerably longer than most of this story's own listeners might expect, and considerably shorter than the medieval doctrine of translatio imperii ever imagined it would need to be. The Holy Roman Empire that Frederick ruled, reformed, and very nearly lost at Legnano continued on, through all the later convulsions of Reformation and religious war, and slow territorial fragmentation that this channel could, on any number of future nights, tell you a great deal more about, for a further 616 years after Frederick's own death, until a very different kind of conqueror, the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, formally compelled its last title holder to dissolve it altogether in 1806, bringing to a final and unceremonious close a political institution that had, at least in the grand and self-flattering theory Frederick's own court poets had once so enthusiastically promoted, claimed an unbroken inheritance stretching all the way back to ancient Rome itself, ended, in the end, not by any Italian city or any rival pope, but by a Corsican artillery officer who had made himself master of Europe through exactly the kind of raw military conquest that Frederick's own patient, decades-long project of reconciliation and negotiated settlement had always tried, with only partial and always contested success to temper and to civilize. What a red beard means in Germany today. It is worth dwelling one last time on how the country Frederick once ruled actually holds his own memory now, in the considerably more sceptical and considerably more historically self-conscious present day, because the story does not simply end with the Kyffhäuser monument, or with the grim borrowing of his own name for an invasion of Russia. Modern German historians, writing in the decades since the Second World War, with an understandably heightened wariness toward exactly the kind of triumphalist medieval nationalism the 19th century once built around figures like Frederick, have worked hard to separate the actual, documented, thoroughly human emperor. This story is spent tonight describing, patient and ruthless and administratively gifted and occasionally quite lucky, from the mythic Golden Age restorer that the Kyffhäuser legend and the nationalist monuments of the 1890s once tried to make of him, and university seminars and museum exhibitions across contemporary Germany now treat Frederick considerably more often as a case study in the genuine complexity of medieval imperial governance than as any kind of usable national hero, a shift in emphasis that this whole long-running series has already shown you, on other nights in this room, tends to happen to nearly every historical figure a later regime has ever tried to conscript for its own purposes. And yet the old hill in Thuringia has not been abandoned. The Kyffhäuser monument still stands, climbed today chiefly by hikers and by tourists, with a taste for the slightly overgrown grandeur of 19th century monumental architecture, rather than by anyone genuinely awaiting an emperor's own return, and the small regional museum built into the monument's own base tells the story of the legend itself, layered folklore and romantic poetry, and nationalist appropriation all laid out for visitors with the same careful, self-aware historical distance this channel has tried to bring to the whole of tonight's own telling. A red-bearded emperor who drowned in a shallow Anatolian river more than 8 centuries ago, reduced in the end not to a sleeping avenger awaiting his own summons, but to a genuinely fascinating and genuinely contradictory historical figure, patient enough to reconcile with nearly every enemy his own ambition ever created, and ambitious enough to have created quite a great many enemies in the first place. It is worth observing one final time that this same careful, deliberately unglamorous modern reappraisal is itself a genuinely hopeful sign, worth setting against everything this story has told you tonight about how easily a nation can bend an old king's memory to whatever purpose it most urgently needs, because a country capable of looking honestly at a figure it once mythologized into a sleeping national saviour, and of choosing, in the end, to remember him instead as a complicated, contradictory, thoroughly human ruler, has demonstrated something genuinely worth remembering in its own right. That the myths a people tell about their own past are never permanently fixed, and can, with enough honest and patient work, be gently set back down closer to the ground they actually grew from. That brings this long, tangled climb, boy and duke and king and emperor, and at the very last drowned old crusader, to its own quiet close. It is worth gathering up one final time everything this story has carried you through tonight. A boy born into 2 families that had spent a generation trying to destroy one another, who grew, through a patient and genuinely rare gift for reconciliation, into the single most powerful monarch of the medieval Latin West, who razed a great city to the ground and then, years later, made a genuine and lasting peace with that same city's own surviving league of allies, who broke a beloved cousin's entire territorial inheritance the moment that cousin's loyalty proved negotiable, and who spent the whole of his own extraordinary reign building, stone by careful stone, an edifice of imperial authority that a shallow, unremarkable river would end in a single ordinary morning. An old man's own final, fatal act of impatience after 38 years of otherwise unfailing, almost inhuman patience. It is a story, in the end, about exactly how much a single human life can hold at once. Cruelty and genuine statecraft, conquest and genuine reconciliation, careful decades-long planning and one moment's reckless haste. And it is worth remembering, as you let this story settle now into whatever quiet corner of your own mind holds the ones that stay with you, that the empire Frederick spent his own life building outlived him by more than 6 centuries, while the man himself was gone, in the end, within the time it takes a strong current to carry a tired old rider a few dozen feet downstream. Thank you, genuinely, for spending this long night in the company of a red-bearded emperor and a very small river, and for letting this channel be the voice keeping you company as you drift towards sleep. If you have made it this far and this is your first time here, we would love to have you stay, so please do consider subscribing. And if you enjoyed the slow, unhurried way we told this particular story tonight, there are dozens of other long nights like it waiting in this same quiet corner of the internet. Popes and emperors and ancient heroes and empires risen and fallen, and there will be a new one waiting for you again soon. And once more, if you are watching this on YouTube, the Spotify link is waiting for you down in the description. And if you found your way here from Spotify, we would love it if you searched Historian at Midnight on YouTube and said hello. So let this be where tonight's story finally lets you go. Let your shoulders settle fully into whatever is holding you up right now. Let your breathing slow the rest of the way down, and let the last of your own waking thoughts drift, if they drift anywhere at all, toward a wide, half-forgotten river in the hills of a country that no longer exists under any name Frederick himself would recognise, cold and clear and utterly indifferent to every crown and every treaty and every burned city that came before it. Whatever weight you carried into this room tonight, let it be smaller now than an empire, and let it dissolve, the way that empire itself eventually dissolved, quietly, and without any particular ceremony at all. Close your eyes, good night, and sweet dreams.